Hey, Flo here. So I'm going to do another bookbinding stream tonight. And the most obvious thing to start with is to pull this book out that I finished last stream, see what it looks like. I actually pulled it out last night because I just wanted to look at it for some reason and it seemed fine. But I put it back in because I thought, like, yeah, it's just better to leave it in. Sometimes I get impatient and just want to pull it out, but there's no reason to. It's more just, I don't know, that whole anticipation thing where you just want to see for no good reason. Oh, that was super annoying though. On my last stream, about halfway through, I had my microphone attached to my jacket that I was wearing because it was a little bit cold, and then I don't remember why or when, but I took my jacket off, and so my microphone was on the jacket, like not anywhere near me. That's why it was muffled all that time. So I don't know. That's one of the disadvantages of a wireless mic, is you really have to keep track of it, because it either clips to something like a shirt, or it has like a little magnet thing on it, and if you use the magnet thing, it's not very secure at all, so you can accidentally drop it off of your shirt or whatever it's attached to. And then, you know, if it's clipped to something that you might not always have with you, like a strap of a backpack, or I don't know, just various scenarios, there's a good chance you could forget it and not even remember that you don't have it. So that's what happened yesterday, and it was super annoying. I had somebody in chat on Kick trying to tell me that there was something wrong, and right at the same time I had the mic issue, Kick chat wasn't working. It was super unlikely. So that was a disaster. Oh well. You can see, like, there's definitely some stickiness here. It's not coming off super easy, but that's the exact reason why I use wax paper. If I hadn't put that in there, this would be completely permanently stuck together, and if I tried to open it, it would rip those papers. Sometimes it's worse than others. It just depends on how generous I am with the glue, stuff like that. So we are in luck. It's like somehow, probably just because I had it under pressure all night or all day, whatever. It squeezed it in a little bit, and I mean, it's like no problem closing now, which is surprising. And it's not quite as loose opening as the previous one I did, and I think that's because of the paper backing I did on this piece of fabric. But I mean, it's not super stiff. It's like frustratingly stiff, but it would have been even looser. And loose, in this case, loose is good, because then the flap just kind of does whatever you want it to do. If it's too stiff, then you kind of feel like you have to force it in place. But all in all, I would say pretty successful, especially considering how it appeared to be a total disaster, or at least had the potential to be a problem. And rather than that happening, it's quite good. In fact, it's basically perfect. Like, doesn't even look too tight anymore. I don't know how it changed, but I guess just being under pressure that long had a good effect. But I still might add 0.1 or 0.2 centimeters, so like 1 or 2 millimeters, to my universal constant that I add to this flap gap, just because of how close that was. I mean, it is perfect. Like, I could literally change nothing and do the same next time, and it would theoretically be the same. But the problem is, like, this one, look at how much looser that is. See how it's curved and has more space? And that's actually, I don't know, it's hard to tell. Oh, let me think here. I think I know what happened. I think I didn't add this flat thickness to the mix. I'm almost certain. Because I remember when I'm like 100% certain actually. Because I measured like this board, the book block, and this board together, but I didn't have this in that position prior to putting the cover on. So that would have taken off like probably like 3 millimeters of thickness or so. So that's pretty significant. So I think if I would have measured that properly and used my same universal constant, I would have had a similar amount of clearance as this has, which arguably is maybe a little bit too much because you don't really need that much extra, but I don't know. So the point though is I definitely don't need to add anything to the universal constant. What I do need is to remember to measure the thickness with all 3 book boards in place. And that's definitely what I did. I know for sure that's what I did. And I got somewhat fortunate that it worked out anyway, because my universal constant has a little bit of extra in it. So that's good. But yeah, that's good to know. It's good to figure out, solve the mystery. So now that we have that all finished and figured out, I'm going to look for the next book to work on, which I have that stack of like 4 books or so that should be ready to go somewhere. Just have to find them. I don't need to get the whole stack. Here's one, and I only need one because that's all I'm going to work on tonight because it takes forever. I like to keep these. What I should do is take a photo of these. I guess I could have it on my live stream. That way I could refer back to it if I need to look at all those dimensions. Because I can't take a picture with my phone because I'm using it to live stream. So that will be my official record for now. But I usually keep them in the journal. And in fact, even when I give them away to somebody, it usually comes with this note inside. And everyone's like, what's this? Did you leave something in there? And I'm like, nope, that's my notes for when I made it, and you can have it if you want or throw it away. I should keep those like in a little place somewhere, I don't know. So as far as the centering, I think we turned out really well too. I didn't really look at that before, but we have this V going across here and it converges, pretty close to the center, and then this pattern is relatively close to the center as well, so that looks good. This backside, I think the whole pattern is not symmetrical though, so obviously because this is different than that, and even the shape of it seems to have a bias one way or the other. So I was just targeting this to be in the center. The rest is just whether or not the design cooperated, and it turned out fine. So that is the finished book. Okay, so for this one, I don't know. I have a feeling that we're gonna have another thick cover. I think I was in the pattern or mood to use the upholstery fabric because I think C128 is possibly yet another thick fabric, which I could overrule that and choose another one, but I'm not going to. I'm willing to do it. It's just means it's going to be difficult like that last one, except it won't really be that difficult because now that I know what the problem was. So here's what I did. When I was measuring the flap gap distance, I put these in place like they're supposed to be, and then I took that piece of paper and measured it like this. What I should have done is I should have had this in place also and measured all of that So I was cutting out part of the distance, so. And now I know, hopefully I won't forget and do that again someday. There's so many steps involved with bookbinding that and the magnet flaps are kind of a new thing for me. I've only made maybe 5 or 8 books with magnet flaps, and I'm still changing the variables, so I haven't really ironed everything out. Man, you can see how thick these book boards are. They're actually doubled. You can see there's a split in the middle. I glued 2 mat boards together. That's why they're so thick. So yeah, if you forget to add one of those in there, that's a significant, variance. All right, so I need to go find cover number 128, cover material. Let me just pull it up on my. I take like pictures of all the fabrics, and I have them in a folder on my computer, so I can just like look through them theoretically. Let's see. Just have to find where they are again. I'm almost certain this is going to be another thick one. I'm like kind of cringing at saying, yeah, it's definitely one of the thick ones. But okay, I'll try to find that one. So it might not be one of the ultra thick ones. It might just be like duck canvas stuff. Anyway, I'm gonna go look for it. It might take me a few minutes to find it. That's the fabric I'm looking for there. I forgot I had that layer turned on. It's actually kind of fine and convenient. Okay. Maybe I'll get lucky and it's sitting on the top like that last one was. Never know, get double lucky. Actually, I have 2 bins where all my fabric is, and one of them this giant one that I have to dig through because everything's stacked on top of each other. It was in the smaller one, so it was much easier to find. Hey, Priyanshu. Hello. So here it is. It is a thick upholstery fabric, but I would say I'm pretty sure it's not as thick as that last one was, so it won't be quite as ridiculous or quite as difficult. It'll still be more difficult than the thin cotton fabrics, but. And also, it kind of, I don't have to, but because of how big this pattern is, I have 2 choices. I can either just cut from the corner, and wherever that pattern falls is where the book design is. So like, for example, like right here. Or I could do what I did last time and center it. I don't think every book needs to be symmetrical, like cut in half exactly. Sometimes it looks just as or more interesting to have unexpected surprise patterns just cutting across the shape. I think because this is so huge of a pattern, like it repeats like every, I don't know, 12 or 16 inches or something. And the book is only, say 5 inches or something. I think I'm just gonna go with a corner. That way I waste less fabric and I think it'll still look interesting. So that's my decision and I'm sticking with it. But I need to like reset my brain. I'm not actually ready for that yet, I don't think. I'm gonna do everything that leads up to that, which there's quite a bit I have to do before I start working with the fabric. So okay, so first things first, we put all the boards where they're going to be in the final book. This is the back. What I'm doing is I'm just like making this distance equal to this distance, and then looking at these back spots too to see if it's all kind of equal. It's all eyeball, I don't measure it. I just kind of look at it, see if I get it as close to centered as possible. And then same with this one. And the reason for that is when I get them in place, I'm going to be measuring the spine, and so it matters how far in or out these are placed. So I want them to be as close to as possible to where the finished book boards will be. So okay, so then flip it back over this way and put the magnetic flap on there so I don't forget that like last time. And then I need to get my two little squares to keep it from creating a indentation when I use this clamp. And that's just to hold it in place while I'm measuring stuff. And I always measure the spine in the center where the biggest bulge typically is. These are linen tapes, I guess, that kind of reinforce the spine. Like I was talking a little bit in the last couple streams about shortcuts and compromises you can take. You don't really need these linen tapes on such a small book. Like on a huge, fat, thick, 2-inch thick book that's really heavy and, large dimensions, you would definitely want some reinforcement on the spine. Either tapes like this, or you can use like leather cording and different techniques. But for a small book like this, you can get away with not putting those in there. You can also get away with not putting this, it looks like cheesecloth. Some people call it cheesecloth, but it's actually called mull, M-U-L-L, or crash, which is a stupid name, or super, which is an even stupider name. But mull is what I call it, just because crash sounds dumb and super sounds dumb. There's a lot of terms that I kind of rebel against, and I haven't used them for a while, and I forget some of them as well. Another one is like when I'm doing paper marbling, it annoys me that the thickened fluid is called size. There's something really wrong with that. Like something like this, the fluid in here is called size. Like what? I hate it. I despise that name. I call it that because there is no other commonly used word to describe it, but it's the stupidest word I've ever heard. Size is an adjective that means how big something is. It should not mean a thickened fluid. It bugs me, but hey, whatever. Okay, so let's get this measurement. And looking for my ruler. Looks like 4.3. Oh, I did it again. I buried the little post-it note. Actually, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's under there. It's possible I don't have one yet, but I'm fairly certain it's hiding under there. So let me grab my other ones. Spine 4.3. And now I'm going to do the flap gap. like 2.5. Okay, so this one should work out just fine with no real stress involved because I have measured things properly. That was totally the problem last time. A really dumb mistake, but I don't feel too dumb about it because like I said, I haven't been doing these magnetic flaps for very long, and it's been a pretty long time since I worked on books, so my memory is a little bit messed up. Look at how crazy thick these are. They're way thicker than they need to be. You definitely don't need to make book boards this thick, but part of the reason I made them thick is because I'm embedding magnets in them, and if I have the really thin ones, it's pretty hard to get the magnets fully encased inside without having them, you know, whatever, kind of like a bump. But in this case, they're actually like a depression, so get the opposite problem. It's kind of hard to carve out the exact size and depth for the magnet to get glued in. But I did that like months ago. I prepared all these book boards with the magnets in them. That's a very tedious part of the process as well. I'm sure there'd be a way to improve that. Like if you had like a CNC machine or something that could kind of automate the cutting of those holes, that would save immense amounts of time and frustration or just difficulty. Then you wouldn't have to measure everything, plus cutting to the specific depth. Like basically what I do is I cut the circle with just this kind of a knife, and it's really hard to cut a circle, you know, by rotating it, applying a ton of pressure. And it's also difficult to get a consistent depth. So yeah, there's definitely some improvements that could be made with that part of the process. I had this idea of buying these metal tubes, pipes, whatever. And I actually tried to like sharpen one of these with like a, what do you call a Dremel tool, and I thought I could just pound the other side with a hammer, and I just thought, oh, surely this will work. I don't know why, it just doesn't work. It was a failed idea, but it seemed like a good idea. But router and jig, yeah, possibly. That it could work. The problem is we're dealing with paper, not wood. So if you use power tools, there's a fairly decent chance that it'll just like tear up and kind of make a mess rather than a clean hole, because paper is just temperamental. It's definitely worth a try using different power tools, but I'm pretty sure that anything with any kind of serrated teeth that's rough at all would just tear it to shreds and not make a clean cut. But place a piece of wood over it first. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too when you said that. That would probably help. It's definitely worth it. The thing is, I would have to have a router bit that's exactly the same diameter as my magnets, or I'd have to order magnets that are like a standard router bit width. Yeah, but it's not a bad idea. I think it would be kind of difficult to get the depth exactly right. There's a ton of variables. Like I don't always make these boards the same thickness, and so I'd have to change up the jig depth for the router plunge, you know, each time. And so it would I don't know, I honestly don't even know if it would save time in the end, because the way I do it, the result is fine. It's more just it'd be nice to do it faster, essentially. So it'd be cool. I mean, I'd be awesome. I've always wanted to have like a CNC machine or something so I could automate certain processes, not necessarily with bookbinding, but like other things. And then if I had one of those, you could just program where the holes are going to be and it could do it. But doesn't Dremel make a plunge router attachment? Yeah, I think they do. I actually have a little router also that could possibly work. But yeah, it's actually, like if, like you were saying, like if you made a piece of wood with already had the hole in it, so you would know where the plunge needs to take place and not have to like plunge through the wood and then the paper every time, but it already had the hole in that piece of wood, kind of like a guide or something. That would probably be on all right. Make the cover out of 3D. That would be cool. That would be super cool, to be honest. The only challenge that you'd have to figure out if you 3D printed it is, I mean, you could just make the cover plastic. That would be fine. But if you want to do what I do, which is I make fabric covers like this, and I'm not sure the glues that I use would stick. They're made to stick to paper and fabric and some other things, but I don't think they would stick to the plastic of the 3D print. So you'd have to, that would be another kind of challenge you'd have to figure out, because I have wanted to use different kinds of material like metal and even plastic. I've thought of plastic before, because not necessarily 3D printing, but you could just get like a CD case, for example, you know, some cheap or free plastic that you kind of upcycle from something, and then you'd have a very rigid, non-warping cover material. The problem is I don't think the glue would stick to this, or most plastics, but it'd be something to, you know, play around with. Like if I had a 3D printer, I would love to try that, but I don't actually have one, unfortunately. There's a lot of things I would love to have as a, you know, just as a maker or creative person, but I don't have the money. But hello, Sodium. Thanks for your creative ideas and joining the chat today. All right. So let's see, what am I doing next? I'm gonna transfer those measurements. I'm still annoyed that I don't know where my red pen is. I think I might search for it for at least a couple minutes in case it's just sitting here and I didn't look well enough yesterday. Yeah, 3D printing would be really cool. I kind of wish I had one, because I've had enough creative or maker or kind of Mr. Fix-It kind of ideas where a 3D printer would come in handy, but not enough to justify the cost, to be honest. Like, I haven't had dozens or hundreds of ideas, and then I feel like, well, I definitely should get one, because you know, I could make money with it, or I could solve a lot of problems with it. It's more just small issues that don't really feel justified. Oh, I wonder if I put my pen in here. That's possible. Drawer. I did. Haha. I forgot about that. I kind of actually did that to myself like a few days ago. I put all my tools in the drawer, which I never do that. I usually leave them out on the table. So that threw me off. Okay, spine equals 4.3. Just going to use the same equation as last time, because I think it would have worked fine if I didn't forget to measure that extra board. But this fabric might not be as thick as this one was, so I should at least confirm how thick this fabric is. So we'll just fold it in half. And fold it in half again. It's kind of hard to see when it's all bunched up, but I don't want to like squeeze it too much either. I kind of want to just get a natural fold, but this edge has a ton of goofy strings hanging off, so I'll try this side. Doesn't have to be perfect, but try to get it as close as I can. Yeah, I think it's like 0.4 instead of 0.5, maybe even less, but I'm just gonna round it up to 0.4. Plus 0.1, which is universal constant. That equals something. 4.3 plus 0.4 is 4.7, 4.8. Flap gap equals 2.5 plus 0.6 per 6 fabrics. Plus 0.5, which I could probably make a little bit less now that I know what happened last time, but I think I'm just gonna stick with what has worked rather than making too many experiments. I'm okay with, I mean, I do really like how this one turned out by just pure luck or chance. It's really nice and tight and doesn't have too much of a curve in it. But I don't think there's really anything wrong with having that extra in there. If, in fact, like somebody with a kind of a thin pen, I suppose, could stick their pen in there, which I have thought of making books in the past that had like an elastic band for the pen to fit in. So this, I guess somebody could get creative or appreciate the fact that you can fit a normal size pen in there in some cases. So I think it's okay to just leave that little extra there. Okay, so for me, like, I kind of make books the way I like them. I don't necessarily like do research on the market or anything and see what people like and all that. I'm not trying to sell these because I can't make money, so why bother to research what people like, to be honest? So what I like is I carry like 200 pens around with me because I'm a pen freak. So the idea of just having one pen for me personally is kind of absurd. I'm always wanting to use multiple pens, so while I did think of it would be cool to have some ability to hide a pen inside the journal, it's not something I would use probably, so anyway, that's kind of why I didn't take that further, but someday I could choose to add that feature if I wanted to. Okay, so what am I doing? 2.5 plus 0.6, that's 3.1, 3.6. I know I said I don't like to trust my math because I could easily make a stupid mistake and mess the whole thing up, but this is pretty easy math, so just double check it. 3.1, 3.6, yep. Okay, I think that's all I need as far as numbers go. Okay, so now we've looked through my stack of templates or jigs or whatever. This is another one of those things. I don't know if Sodium's still here, but just in general, anybody that's listening, I wish I've mentioned this before. I would rather have these made out of metal, but I have also thought about if I had a 3D printer, I could just make them out of plastic, and that would be probably satisfactory. I'd still far prefer them to be made out of metal that's at least this thick and very finely cut to be exact measurements, so I can rely on the measurements, because I made these by hand and they are accurate enough, but I just would like a more permanent, professional looking metal thing. It's not necessary these do the job, but it would be nice to have. Okay, so I have the 3.6, but I think that's the biggest dimension I've ever seen. for a spine, 4.8. I'm almost like kind of in shock that it's that big. I sort of want to double check to make sure that's actually sensible and I didn't make some crazy, stupid mistake. That just seems so huge. I've never had one even remotely close to being that big, so I'll just do a double check to make sure that it seems relatively right. It's probably just because these covers are so thick, to be honest, but... And there's a little bit of subjectivity in it too. Like I usually fold it into the spine right here and then make the mark, but I could pull it taut out here and make the mark. And I'm not really sure, to be perfectly honest, which is the most sensible method to get the information I need. So that's part of the variables that I have to think about. Yeah, see, this time I'm getting... Oh, okay, 4.3. That's pretty close. Okay, I think I did it right. It's just crazy that it's like a whole centimeter larger than anything I've ever had. It's amazingly huge. So that means I need to make another another template, whatever you call these, spacer. I do have this one, 4.1, which I somehow failed to get back into the box. Hopefully this is big enough. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like, this is a very ancient art that's very manual and has a lot of traditional ways to do it, but there is absolutely no reason why you can't take something ancient like this and modify it with modern ideas such as 3D printing and CNC machines, all sorts of crazy ideas. I probably would have done more of that, to be honest, if I had one. In fact, for my marbling, paper marbling that I do, I have thought of using automated machines to do certain aspects of it. And I probably won't ever do that, but it is, I've thought about it, and it would be very cool. Unfortunately, just old ideas and techniques and stuff are kind of getting, I mean, the knowledge of them is kind of getting lost in some cases, but also just they're getting kind of outmoded. So if you want to make money, especially, you're at a great advantage if you have a lot of technical know-how, because you can save yourself a lot of time, and time is money in this kind of stuff. So if you can make your book take 1/10 the amount of time and less human interaction, it's more automated, then obviously it's going to be more profitable. But for me, the whole reason I enjoy it is because of, not necessarily because of how long it takes, but because it's a manual process that I have to do with my hands, and I'm not sure I would enjoy it as much if I just pushed a button on a machine that programs it all in and does it for me. It would be satisfying because I could make money doing it, but I would lose the enjoyment of the handmade hobby aspect, which is pretty much what I enjoy about it. Okay, so let's see. So the flap gap is 3.6 and spine is 4.8. So here's my total template for the book. Now is when I need to start cutting the fabric and all the various pieces. This is the part that is, I don't know, it's not frustrating, but it's kind of laborious, and I often forget which order to do everything, so it slows me down further. And I could definitely make my workspace both more clean and bigger, so I have more space to lay things out. But it's worked this way long enough that I'm okay with just wrestling with That was weird. I don't know why my video cut out. Super annoying. I hate it when weird stuff happens and there's no good explanation for it. Oh well, at least it's back. Weird. Looks kind of dark too. I don't know if it got darker while it was away. Let's see, check my exposure. Yeah, so it has the same setting. It's fine. That was weird. I don't know if that's ever happened here, because I'm on pretty strong Wi-Fi, so it shouldn't do that, but who knows. Since that happened, and we also had an issue with chat last stream. Let me double check to make sure my chat is still working. Looks okay at the moment. I hate that kind of stuff because if there's an explanation for it, then I can actually predict when those kind of issues are going to happen. But if it's seemingly arbitrary, then I won't know when it's going to happen, and then I'm going to be paranoid, like, about constantly checking. Okay, so let me think about this. I'll do the fabric first, I think. And like I said before, I'm just going to cut the corner out, but I will. The only thing I'm going to care about is what orientation the design is in, which I think I'll use this direction. Yeah, I've actually bought some pieces of metal that I want to use in bookbinding. Actually, I got these for free. It was like a Craigslist ad. These kind of things are super cool. Have like cool designs on them and whatnot. But and I will eventually pursue that, but for now I haven't. And it's a little bit complicated just because I'd have to figure out a way to have a flexible spine. So probably fabric that is either glued to this or sewn through it somehow by making little holes so that the spine can be flexible. But that's something I really want to do, because those would be really cool books if they had metal covers. And I have a decent stack of these different designs. And then I also have some I guess you would call it like basswood or whatever you call that stuff. I have a few panels of that I'd like to use for book covers. And honestly, if I could get that material as cheap as I can get these mat boards, I would prefer to use the wood over the mat boards, because I'm 99% sure the wood wouldn't warp when it gets wet with the glue and stuff. The only problem with most wood is that it's not acid free at all. It's like the least acid free thing there is, so you could have some possible issues with discoloration over time if it's so, you know, some of the chemicals leach through your papers and stuff, but it probably wouldn't be that big of an issue, but it could be, and it's something that you wouldn't know till, you know, 20 years later or something. It's not something you can test in a short period of time. Maybe there's some laboratory that could run a test, or at least some scientists that could just tell you what they know about wood behavior and what they think about the idea or something. But balsa wood, yeah, there's two, same kind of thing. I don't know the difference between balsa and basswood or basswood, whatever, but they're kind of similar. You get them at hobby stores to make like airplanes and other crafting type, you know, building mock-ups and whatever, all that stuff. Howdy Dale, how you doing? Okay, so this is always more complicated than it should be, and I already messed up by not really thinking this through. I don't need and shouldn't have the ironing board on here yet, because I actually need to cut this fabric. Never heard of basswood. Interesting. I'm not 100% positive on that, but I think it's a thing. But yeah, balsa wood is the more common word that I think most people know. Okay, what am I stuck on? Something. Stuck on you. I got a feeling down deep in my soul that I just can't hide. I can't remember how that song goes. All right. All right, there we go. Perhaps use an acid-free paper as a barrier. Yeah, the problem is that paper would be acid-free, but chemicals can leach through stuff. So unless you coated it with some kind of pretty strong waterproof barrier, it could, like basically the strength of your project is the weakest point, essentially. So if you have one piece that's not acid-free, it can contaminate the rest. So it's best not to use things with acid in them, but you know, it's probably fine as long as you do the research and figure it out, you know. But for me, since I'm not a scientist and I don't have any equipment to test, you know, the acidity of stuff over time and how it's going to affect things, it's just easier for me to avoid it altogether, so it's not going to be an issue. And some of the materials I use might have a little bit of acidity to them. I generally look for archival and acid-free materials and stuff, and I think everything's okay, but there could be some trace products that I use. I don't know for sure. Okay, so once again, I think I'm doing the same mistakes I did yesterday just because I'm not prepared. Unfortunately, the funny thing is, if I wouldn't have put things away, I'd be fine. So that's another argument to leave things out on the desk. But I put the ruler that I need in the drawer, which is blocked by the fabric. And so, yeah, anyway, just annoying stuff. All right. probably good enough. I'll just do the rest of the scissors. I usually miss little bits because the stuff is so thick, it's hard to get a clean cut every time. The other annoying issue with this thicker tapestry like woven fabric is that the little hairs and threads or whatever they are get stuck in the cutting board. Like that rotary cutter actually pushes them into the crack that it creates in the cutting board, so they kind of stick to the board when you pull it up, which tends to kind of fray the edges a little bit. It's not like a huge issue, it's just kind of annoying. Okay. And I'm gonna be thorough and use a square so that I don't cut a horribly off piece. The funny thing with the fabric is it's really hard to cut square because look, it can just move up and down, shifty all over the place. So there's a lot of subjectivity and eyeballing going on, even when I try to do it right, but I'll just do my best. This is one of those terrible cuts where I have to use my left hand to do the cut and my right hand to hold it, and my brain is not good at that. So ideally I could rotate this whole thing somehow or get on the other side of the table, but the table's against a wall, so I can't really switch hands. I think there's probably a way to do it. It's just, yeah, it sucks. Actually, you know what? There is a way. I think I've done this before. I just move this over. It's just been a long time, so I'm having to relearn the tricks that I've come up with over the years, just because I haven't done it in a while, so I just trade places. And voila, problem solved. Ever been to Europe? I saw many old school craftsmen there with leatherworking, jewelry, blown glass, lots of stuff. No, I'm very poor, so traveling to fantastic places is not in my life's programming. I would love to. Although I'm not really like a tourist traveler. I mean, I would love to see the whole world, you know, just everything about traveling is amazing, but most people want to travel to some place where like they can have the best possible life, you know, like high quality products and food and experience in hotels and all these nice things. If I traveled, I wouldn't necessarily go after that. I'm more of like a simple person, so I could go to a poor country that doesn't have all those amenities, or they have them, but you know, you could do things a lot more simply, and I'd be happy with that. But yeah, I would love to go just pretty much anywhere, but traveling is not in my, I don't like to say in my cards, because that has the implication that I actually believe in something where you look at your cards and determine your fate, which I don't, of course, but it's an expression. So same as Zen. Like, I don't believe in Zen or Buddhism or anything, but it's a word that has cultural accepted meaning. So oh, whoops. I knew that was getting loose, but I should have tightened it. It's kind of bad design that it actually self-loosens, doesn't stay. Some kind of lock nut on there would be nice. I always have to remember to tighten it. But if I over tighten it, it won't spin. It's kind of annoying. Yeah, I don't know how those people in Europe would make any money, to be honest. It's crazy. They must have like rich clients or something, because Europe is like here, so you can see all this stuff that's stuck in the cutting board like I was talking about, and that tends to pull pieces out of the pattern. Usually they don't like pull out across, and that, because that would kind of ruin it, but just kind of pulls the very edge of it out. But yeah, like typically the only way to make money doing handmade stuff is to have such a low cost of living, like, you know, living in Indonesia or just somewhere where it's super cheap to live and you can live off a small amount of money. But for someone to actually do handmade stuff and living in Europe, which is even more expensive than here, means they would have to charge a crazy high amount of like a high cost for their goods in order to make a living. It seems impossible, but some people value quality even now. Yeah, that's true. I mean, you just have to find the right clients, but unfortunately the vast majority of people out there can get stuff on Amazon and Walmart and Temu and whatever, so they don't really understand why handmade things should cost so much. But is that batik? No, it's actually it's upholstery fabric, so it's super thick, and each of those things that you see is actually a different thread, so it's like woven pattern, whereas batik is usually done with dyes or other kinds of techniques. I do have a bunch of batik fabrics. At least I think I'm getting my terminology right. Sometimes I get those mixed up. I think of batik as being the Indonesian fabric. Like, oh, I have a few over here that can show. This is what I think of with batik. It's just kind of, they use like wax resist and various inks or dyes and stuff to make these patterns. And typically they're often made in Indonesia. I actually went to Indonesia and I got to see some of these things firsthand there. It was pretty cool. I didn't buy these from there though. These are just from a local fabric store. Philosopher, craftsman. I'm not a philosopher. I actually don't really like philosophy. Like, I know it has a value and a place in the world, but I'm more of a spiritual person, so I think there's kind of a wall or a division, although there's like a overlap, like say that this is religion and spiritual things and this is philosophy. They're probably kind of, you know, maybe 20 to 30% overlap, but I'm not really into the philosophy camp. I'm more of a deeply spiritual person, so. And the philosophy stuff takes quite a large brain to understand and argue. I think most people that are into philosophy enjoy arguing their perspectives, and I really don't enjoy arguing at all. I don't like trying to convince people of things, so. And then also, not to say that they're all like this, but a lot of philosophers seem kind of not full of themselves, but just they think they have all the answers, and so I just kind of avoid that whole thing. I know there's probably like very humble philosophers, but okay. So let's see. Got that cut. Oh man, that's weird. Okay, I was thinking that looked dark, so I thought maybe that was actually showing through, but it's just the back side of the pattern. I think it's totally fine. Okay, it's good. Next I need to cut this part. I mean, there's a slight chance. I doubt this is true. I really doubt it. But there is a slight chance that because of all the AI stuff that's going on, that there will be kind of a revolt in humanity where people, like the vast majority of people will consume the cheap AI-made stuff because they can't afford anything different. But there might be like a sector of humanity, especially if AI becomes militant and taking over actual human safety and all that stuff, then I could see people kind of revolting somewhat, and in that case there might be a resurgence of handmade and or human sourced things, and he might have something like, you know how they always say like they required people to start listing the sources of, like they have a little made in China tag, and same with nutritional information, like they're required legally to put that on there. Maybe pretty soon they might be required to disclose whether AI is involved, and then maybe there'll be some weird cultural scenario where people like me have some kind of advantage or come back. One thing I have heard and over again, and very smart people say this, is if you have like a practical trade like plumbing or carpentry or whatever, you're not as likely to be replaced by machines right now. Like eventually everybody will be replaced, literally everybody, but you'll have a better fighting chance to keep going when all the tech people and legal people and office people have all lost their jobs. You'll still have a purpose in society. That's not philosophy though, that's just watching the signs of the times, man. Okay, there we go. And the funny thing is, I literally just last night watched this hour-long video of the interviewer who interviews CEOs. He's like has like 11 million subscribers. I've never really followed him or seen him, but I can see that he's quite popular. He interviewed the guy that's the grandfather of AI, and it was a very scary and somewhat insightful video. I mean, most people kind of already know all that stuff, but he kind of covered a lot of ground in that video, and he's the guy who essentially invented AI in the 1950s was who was being interviewed, and he is very concerned about the future of humanity. Like, so much so that he quit his work on AI, even though he could make millions of dollars, and now he's going around trying to preach the dangers of AI, so and trying to get governments to regulate it so that it's not a tool for evil, essentially. Okay, anyway, that's just on my mind lately, so that's kind of why I mentioned that. But okay, so we got 82. That looks kind of short, but I guess that's right. I don't know, I'm gonna double check that, something doesn't seem right. Okay, it's 183. Yeah, people that talk about AI are a dime a dozen. I'm not a specialist. I don't really know. I'm just concerned like everybody else. Yeah, unfortunately the genie's out of the bottle. Yeah, honestly, I think what it's going to take, and I don't know, I think the heroes of the next generation, like the new George Washington kind of people, are going to be people who literally storm the server rooms of Google and Meta and OpenAI and whatever, and just literally shut it all down and erase the hard drives. I mean, I know that sounds kind of militant, but I think it's literally going to be a Terminator 2 kind of situation where if you don't do that, we are lost. I mean, the only reason I don't think that way, and this is where my spiritual side comes in, is because whether that happens or not, it's part of God's plan because God is sovereign. So that might actually fill in just some of the prophetic stuff, and it's just meant to happen that way. Not to say we shouldn't fight it, but in other words, I'm not actually concerned because he is the one who's actually in control. So AI is not bigger than God, nor is it more powerful or smarter than him. So he knows what's going on, and I put my faith in him, and I'm not afraid of any particular future. I'm just not like particularly happy or excited about it. Okay, let's see. Unfortunately, the guy in that video, I don't know his name, but he is a complete materialist and does not believe in God. He does not believe in the soul. So I did not highly value that interview because I think he's not all that intelligent because of that, but that's just me. Anyone who's listening who says, "Oh, I don't believe in God, am I not intelligent?" Well, that's just a matter of opinion. Because I know God and I know him as a person, and I have enough information, even scientifically, to believe in him. So for me, it's a sign of something is lacking in understanding because of actual intentional choice not to believe in God. So you're not open to the possibility, even if it makes sense, which is quite a few people out there have hardened their hearts so hard that even if evidence is put in their face, they still wouldn't believe. So. AI, man's attempt to play God. The thing is, that position is taken. Exactly. Yeah. But many have already and will bow down to AI, and it very well could end up being the beast that is spoken of in the Bible, Revelation. I'm not saying that's my prediction. I'm not a prophet. I'm just saying there is quite a fair chance that it could be that very thing. What I think is fairly likely is they are already making AI robots that have humanoid forms, and it wouldn't surprise me if they get so advanced that they make something like Data from Star Trek, but it's even more advanced than that, and it has essentially human-like attributes, even to the molecular level, and people will probably, once something like that is created, they will probably bow down to it or consider it like God, because it will have all the knowledge of humans and beyond, and so people will be deceived. So I think there's a pretty good chance that that could be something that happens. Not saying that I'm confident of that. I'm not making a prediction. I just think it's a definite possibility. Okay. Even if it's not that, the governments who own the power to the AI, or the companies, corporations, will essentially be the most powerful entities on Earth. And then, of course, if the AI itself starts to make decisions independent from its masters, then that would be even worse for everyone. But anyway, I'm not really intending to have a big old AI discussion. It's been spoken of to death, and I don't have any new insights. I'm just preaching to the choir. So, a singularity, human immortality by transferring our mind, soul. Yeah, I don't want any part of that. I was even thinking yesterday that could be a version of hell. Like, imagine it would just be a duplicated, cloned consciousness if they were able to simulate the human mind synapses and all your patterns and memories. It wouldn't actually be you. But imagine if it was you, or it felt like you, and you woke up inside a computer and you couldn't get out. Like, that just sounds like hell to me. No, thanks. I am quite ready to be done with this life when my time is up, and I'll stay around as long as God wants me around, hopefully to help other people find their way to Him. And then once my time is up, I am ready to be done, for sure. The immortality that will happen is only found in Jesus Christ through the sacrifice that He gave for us. It can't be achieved by technological means. Okay. I was just thinking yesterday, there's a passage, I think it's in Revelation, that talks about there will be, people will want to die, but they can't, which I've never understood a scenario where that would be. Like, I don't want to talk about, that subject, because it's kind of a buzzword that you're not supposed to talk about, but that word that we're not supposed to say on live streams, where you wouldn't be able to end, essentially. And it's like, how would that be possible? Well, I suppose if we were integrated into some controlling life form or technology where we were not allowed to die, then that could be a scenario that could fulfill that prophecy. And I hadn't really thought of that before, because I was just thinking, like, well, why wouldn't people be able to it says in Revelation that people will want to die, but they won't be able to. And I always wondered how that could be. So that would kind of explain that, I suppose. Okay, so let's see. Let's get on a less morbid topic. That stuff doesn't bother me, but I know a lot of people, it's scary. It's so scary that it's best not to discuss it too much, I suppose. I want my streams to be a place of encouragement and hope. So rather than talk about all the terrible things going on, I'd rather just have people enjoy the stuff that I'm working on and good happy conversation. I'm not against talking about difficulties in life, though. If somebody's really struggling and needs to talk, I don't mind that. But yeah, I'd prefer not to just talk about all the horrible possible futures. Okay, so I need to grab my iron. I think it's probably getting low enough on water for the steam that I'm gonna fill it up real quick, so I'll be right back. I'll study now. No, it's fine. I just don't want to be the guy that is known for talking about all the scary stuff and like conspiracy theories. Like I believe in a lot of what is called conspiracy because I do believe there's a lot of evil, powerful people and entities out there that are kind of running parts of the world. I think you'd have to be pretty naive not to believe that, but I don't like it to be my primary content, because then you just get all the trolls from those kind of platforms that everybody wants to talk about that coming in, and then it's just like a echo chamber of negativity that I don't really want to be known for. So as you know, I tend to rant a bit. Yeah, no, I think we all do. And oftentimes when I don't know what to talk about because I'm just streaming and there's nobody here, I sometimes get on those random tangents and stuff. So I'm certainly guilty of doing the very thing I don't want to do at times. So all right, just gotta wait for this to heat up. This one has some, I thought I saw some wrinkles, but it actually looks, at the moment, it looks pretty flat. But I always iron them anyway. Sometimes even just getting it wet with the steam and kind of moving it around stretches it out a little bit so that it's at its proper stretchiness. I don't know what to call that, but you know, the flatter it is, the wider and taller it's going to get, simply because all those wrinkles are going to be flattened. And so I think it's a good idea to iron it, even if it doesn't look like it needs it. I usually am pretty consistent in doing it. Whoa, dude, that's crazy. Thanks for the diamond, man. I wish I had my props. I actually have a diamond somewhere. Makes me want to go find it. I'll look for it for like 3 seconds. No, maybe a little bit longer than that, but I actually have all the props from the old days of DLive, but that one's so small it would be, yeah, too hard to find, unfortunately. But I have a huge diamond. I have a Ninja Genie in the flesh. I have ice cream, and I have little lemons. I was actually going to use those on my stream back in the day, but DLive kind of faded out as my main platform. It's just kind of an afterthought of kind of my roots, where I came from. But I don't really prioritize any one platform over another. But yeah, thank you for the diamond. That's very kind of you, man. Not quite hot enough yet. Some of my old videos, I don't know if any of my old videos are on YouTube because I resisted streaming on YouTube for the longest time, even though I technically started on YouTube before DLive. I was sort of, YouTube was kind of in detention for 3 years or so, and then I finally decided, well, I'm just gonna stream everywhere. So I think a lot of my early streams are not on YouTube. Hey Cybers, I am, yeah, this is the pattern. It's kind of similar to the last one that I did. Oh, I guess this is the proper side actually. That's the back side. Yeah, kind of the same as the previous few books, but just a slightly different cover material. Probably not particularly lucky either, but maybe. All right. That's probably good enough, to be honest. One thing I didn't mention last time that I try to be careful with, a couple things. If there's any threads on this side, they need to come off, like right here. See, possibly something. I think that's actually still connected. But like say one of these right here on the end was on top of here. I need to get all of those off before I start gluing it together. Otherwise those will be visible. They'll make an indentation. The other thing is, since this can warp like this, I want to try to get the end of it as straight as possible before I apply the glue, because whatever warpiness is in it at that moment when I glue it is going to be permanent. So I try to get it as straight as I can. You're the only makers and crafting channel live right now. Cool, that's fun. I remember I've actually pretty much been on Kick since it started, like maybe a month or two afterwards. And right there at the beginning, like just for maybe 6 months or less, if you streamed in something besides like gaming, and even gaming, like if you had some kind of a unique niche or something, like I did retro gaming back then and I got a decent amount of views. And when I did these crafting streams and other unique content types, the viewing was actually pretty good back then, but now it's kind of gotten really saturated typically. I'm kind of surprised there's seriously no makers and crafting on. I guess that's kind of a subcategory, because that's like underneath art and music. So I'm sure there's other art and music, and I think most people don't click into the subcategories because it's just too many clicks. And so there's probably not a whole lot of people that even notice that I'm the only person on there, if that's the case. But it's kind of cool. It's cool when that happens because you got a way bigger chance of getting seen if there's people that actually watch the category. But there's some dead like completely dead categories that nobody watches. I learned back in the day, back when I was on DLive, that pretty much everybody back then always streamed in just chatting, because they discovered that if you stream on kind of an obscure category, you're not likely to be seen at all. But yeah, I don't really care anymore, to be honest. Kick seemed interesting at first, now not so much. I still like it. I think For me, it's kind of replaced DLive in the sense that many of the people from DLive went there, and there's quite a lot of new people there that have migrated from other platforms. So it's kind of like a good hub for dissatisfied people, with people that aren't happy with Twitch or YouTube. You'll see them there, and those are some of my kind of people, because I also am not particularly excited about the bigger platforms. So there's like camaraderie in that, and but yeah, as far as, I think it's gotten pretty saturated to the point where unless you're really good at what you do and unique and already have a following, it's pretty hard to get discovered there. But overall, all I really care about right now is making connections with people. Not trying to make money, but just making connections. And I am more likely to have people drop by the stream on Kick than a lot of other places. So in that sense, it really is better. The reason I'm like sitting here not doing anything, because I can't find my glue paper. I don't know where it went. Be fair, I was searching for channels running craft because my Missy is looking to do something on Kick. Nice, cool. Very exciting. There's Kuska. I'm actually, I like Beam. I wish they would do better. They have some cool technology there, but it seemed, for a while it was kind of taken off, but it's kind of tapered off lately. I haven't had much activity over there, but it's kind of a cool platform. Kick is much better than where I used to stream. Yeah, I mean, I'm curious where that is, but if you don't want to share, that's fine. But yeah, I pretty much stream everywhere though. I've been having a great time, bit of an underdog myself, so other platforms that aren't massively supporting mass corporate links, that's my cup of tea. Yeah, I'm the same way. I like the underdogs. Not just the underdog streamers, but the underdog platforms. Like, I don't watch large streamers. Like, once a person hits, over 100 viewers, it's kind of too much activity for me to take part in. With some exceptions, but most of the time I'm kind of, if I'm watching anybody, it's typically the smaller streamers. Saturated, mostly gambling, which I'm not into, but I agree on your points. I wouldn't say it's mostly gambling at all. Like, that is an issue, but it's, I mean, I would say that's just not true. It's not mostly gambling. Like, there is gambling there, but as far as percentages, it's not even close to, like, more than half or something. It's like maybe there's 5 or 10% gambling, and the rest is just normal content of various types. I would actually say that IRL is a pretty big category on Kick, which I like. The only thing is that it's not my kind of IRL. Like, it's mostly like traveling young people that do weird stuff in other countries, which I'm not really into, but I would probably like it better if there's more old people and, well, just more mature people, I guess, if you know what I mean, and maybe doing some outdoor stuff. But whistle for it might answer. Good idea. Oh, it's right here. It's rolled up. So I was expecting to see something like this sitting out, and it was in a roll. So I just completely overlooked it. It's kind of funny, actually. It was a whistle. It was trying to roll up into a flute, like a pan flute. No, a pan flute is one of those other things. Anyway, I'm trying to make a joke that just has no punchline whatsoever. Okay. Next. This part takes a while. Kind of wish I would have moved this over so it's under the camera better, but I can't move it now that I've started. I don't want to like change the shape of it. That's cool though. What kind of content does did you say your girlfriend or something, Missy? Your Missy? What kind of stuff does she want to do? I'm not a no self-promotion channel, so As long as it's family-friendly stuff, I don't mind at all people talking about their content on my channel. So don't feel worried about that if you're interested in sharing what you do or what somebody that you like does or whatever. I don't even care if people like leave my stream and go watch somebody else. It really doesn't bother me at all. If somebody is like super rude and just comes in and says, "Hey, I started streaming," and posts their link, that might be a little bit over the what's socially acceptable. But as far as talking about what other people do, I'm all about it. Doesn't bother me at all. But actually, to be honest, if somebody came into my stream and posted a link to their channel and said, "I'm starting streaming," I probably wouldn't ban them or anything. I might say, you know, maybe next time have a little conversation before you just, you know, use my channel as a poster board or something, because that's just kind of rude. Same as those like goofy Discord scams that have been going around all over the place, where they just say like, "Oh, I like your stream, but you could be doing a lot better. Let's talk on Discord about getting more viewers," and all that stupid garbage. That stuff is just pure scam. So I don't necessarily always ban those people, but I definitely don't respond to that stuff because it's super pointless. I don't even honestly think that it's a human being most of the time, because they don't usually, a lot of the times they don't even have a conversation. If you try to talk to them, they just post their weird junk and disappear. I was surprised somebody on Beam did that recently. I'm surprised that somebody would even bother on Beam, because it's such a small platform compared to the others. Typically it happens a lot on Kick, Twitch, and Rumble is where I see it most often. I'm about to check my chat just to make sure, because last stream it stopped working for no apparent reason, and if that's happened again, I want to make sure I'm not missing anything. But gotta finish this part first and then I'll check it. Nothing's showing, so if anybody's chatting, it's malfunctioning again. Okay, let's check that real quick just to make sure. I'm guessing not, but it did. It malfunctioned again. Sorry about that, Cybers. Let me see if I can fix this. I hate it. Understand, it's only been happening on Kick too. It's super annoying. This happened the last stream too. Okay, there we go. So let me review all the stuff that I missed. I hate it. I might have to keep Kick open. I'll probably mention this to the developer of this chat program. So it seems to be a Kick issue. Okay, what did I miss? My answer, you can hide gambling and pool bikini streams under, oh yeah, that's cool. Nice. Twitch, yeah, okay. That's kind of what I figured, but it's getting very stuffy over on Twitch. For me, Twitch, I get no discovery. I don't hate Twitch necessarily, except that I'm not into big tech platforms, but I just don't really get noticed there much, so it's just not really doing anything for me. Just checking in, very new on Kick. PK, I don't even know what that means. I'll have to give Kick another chance, I reckon. Been busy with life lately. Meant okay, not PK. Oh, okay. Lena, she's running a beads, bracelets, varied merch, etc. Is that your Missy? Those are Blunt. Heard Gibbs was upset the other night to know. Hope he's. Oh yeah, he just had a really bad night. He wasn't willing to share what it was. It's something that happened outside of the streaming world with his personal life. He was really discouraged about it. So he was really down on himself, and he was absorbing the negative energy of a troll. We were all trying to get somebody to ban the troll, and eventually Hendrik banned him, so that was good. And once that guy was gone, I think he got a little bit better. He was just like, he was already kind of down, and then that person was just, you know, pouring more negative energy into the situation. I think he just had a bad day, and he'll probably not necessarily snap out of it. I don't know how big of a issue it is. You know, hopefully his friends that are really close to him will be able to talk to him and not gossip on the stream, but just, you know, let him know that they care and whatnot. I'm all for supporting and giving a thumbs up to content creators if they're being respectful, not like him to be so negative. Yeah, I know it isn't, but he must have had a pretty big shock or something that happened. So it's unfortunate. I'm not a big fan of people coming in without a hello and doing this. I don't actually mind the emojis. Like, I actually, since I have my emoji wall active, I kind of like seeing them bounce around, so it doesn't bother me at all. So, you know, go ham on that for all I care. I gotta watch for people's low points, so it's good when people like yourself can pick up on it for others' sake. Yeah, he was honest about it. He said that he had a bad day. He just wasn't willing to share on stream his personal his personal life and stuff. All good. I won't rage over chat streamer interaction. Test success. Twitch did me good, but I just don't get any wanderers. It's why so many are resorting to using view bots and companies. Yeah, it's pathetic. I can't stand that stuff. It's weird when you see a streamer that's supposedly popular. They have like hundreds of viewers, but then there's like nobody chatting. It seems kind of obvious to me that they're debotting, but I don't want to like accuse anybody. Hey, nice. You got some retro stuff. I'll show you. Oh, were you using is that one of mine, or do you have your own set of retro? It looks like one of mine. Yeah. If I ever do gaming, which is rare, it's always retro video games or indie stuff, so yeah, cool. Hundreds of viewers, no talkers. Yeah, it happens a lot. Yeah, totally. You ever play the old Dune games, 1 and 2? No, I haven't. I'm actually mostly into 8 and 16-bit, so like NES, Super Nintendo, and Genesis is kind of my thing. But I also have some indie games that I bought on Steam that someday I'd like to play them, but I'm sort of, it's not that I've outgrown games or anything, but I am old, and I should have outgrown games years ago because I'm old and whatever. But not that old people can't like games, but you know what I mean. It's kind of a younger person's thing. I should have outgrown them, but I haven't necessarily outgrown them. It's more that I see them as a social activity that I do with friends. So like when I'm hanging out with a real life friend from the old days, we still occasionally play games, but I don't get as much out of just sitting at my computer live streaming games because it feels like there's more profitable things, or constructive, I guess, things that I could be doing. And so I just don't do it as much. Console stuff, yeah. I've only ever had PCs when I was growing up. Gotcha. Yeah, I was more of a console gamer. I did have a Commodore 64, which is sort of a crossover breed, half computer, half console. But yeah, I didn't really get into PC games all that much. I did, play some of the DOS games from the old days, but not a whole lot. And I definitely don't play like modern games at all, like the first-person shooters and stuff. Bet I'm older. Neener, I don't know. Could be, but I don't actually say my age, so we'll never know, but it's one of those mysteries that we'll just have to guess. I don't know, I'm pretty old though. For the first 3 years ago, my college days, my brother read the whole shebang of novels. The third was his favorite. Oh, the Dune, yeah. Especially when Duncan becomes the main focus. Should reread them. Yeah, I'm not a reader. Like, I have extremely bad memory and reading comprehension, so when I read a book, like the next day, I don't remember what was happening, so it's not a very enjoyable experience for me. I kind of wish I didn't have that major issue though, because I think it's a very healthy thing to do. Like, really helps you slow down and disconnect from the digital world and use your imagination, and it helps your brain because you're, you know, gaining vocabulary and thinking about things you wouldn't normally. Fine, I will say my age because I am an AI overlord cyborg. Or 5.5. Nice. Reading Tom Clancy. My dad is super into Tom Clancy. Back in the day, he had all the books. I think he still does have a big shelf of them down in the basement. Great author, a lot of books too, yeah. I think if I would probably enjoy like fantasy, like Lord of the Rings style stuff, but it would have to be family friendly. I'm a pretty old-fashioned, traditional religious person, so I wouldn't like all this stuff that's like, I don't know, just, it's hard to even describe, but a lot of this content is kind of adult oriented or just super violent or, you know, whatever, and I probably wouldn't really like the graphic depictions or descriptions of things, but I like just kind of some of that kind of stuff, like sci-fi and fantasy. I would probably enjoy to some degree. Cardinal of the Kremlin. I used to work in a bookstore many years ago. Tables and shelves often had Clancy to the brim. Yeah, brim probably. Noise. Speaking of noise, I'm streaming on Noise. Yeah, last I checked, I think I'm on 18 platforms, maybe 19. I think it's 18, and then there's this one that I can't stream on right now because I'm actually streaming from Linux right now, and there's some technical challenges with that. It's a lot easier to stream on Windows for certain. Well, just in general, everything's easier on Windows than Linux, but I decided to switch OSs about 6 months ago, and I've been trying to get everything back up, and most of my stuff is exactly the same as it was on Windows. Like, nothing is missing, except for some reason it's really challenging to get the OBS virtual camera to work on Linux. Or it's just more challenging anyway. You can't just push the button and it works. You have to install a bunch of garbage to make it work, and I haven't figured that out yet, but... Okay, fellas, I'm gonna scoot a roo. Sleep is calling. Alrighty, man. Thanks for dropping by. Sleed well. That's perfect. Alright, I'm almost done. This is kind of one of the slow, somewhat tedious, but relaxing things. This is one of those things that's fun to test your patience with. Like, I don't think a impatient person could do some of this. Well, probably any of this, but certainly things like this where you just have to wait. Alright, so I know when it's done when I can see the whole pattern and every edge is not fuzzy and pretty sharp, actually. Just sort of looks like it's kind of soaking through. So that should be good. Oh man, I was talking about Peter No-Tail, the old movie of the cat saving the day from the fire by noticing the iron was left on. I literally left the iron on after talking about that. It's completely ridiculous because I've never once done that. And so it was mega ironic, and it's also concerning because it just shows how bad my memory is getting, because that kind of stuff never would have happened years ago. Because I'm just very, very, very self-conscious and careful about everything that I do and very intentional and I can't think of the word, but not necessarily OCD, but I'm very thoughtful, I guess, about what I do all the time. And so to have that actually happen, even as I was talking about it earlier, it just felt really pathetic. But thankfully I didn't leave it on like all night or anything. My brain is Swiss cheese. Same, yeah, I don't know. I think it's, I was talking about this the other day too. I think it's something in our food or our culture patterns that, because like people our age, so to speak, just older from previous generations, were still like in their prime. Like, you know, somebody that's 45, that's not that old, to be honest. Like you can still be athletic and strong and smart and successful when you're, you know, in your 40s and 50s and even 60s. But I feel like something is really going wrong in our society where it's just, we're all less healthy and our brains are like melting or something. It's really annoying. I'm definitely a victim of that whole thing. For me, it's kind of obvious though. I drink way too much caffeine and pop and stuff, and it affects my sleep and my overall health. And I drink diet soda, which has all the, you know, poisonous aspartame chemicals and all that. So I'm sure that's a big part of it. If I really was a cyborg, I'd be looking for my receipt. Yeah. Okay. Let's transfer these marks, or yeah, go to the next step. Luckily where I live in Sweden, the water is very good. Nice. That's probably, yeah, I feel like Europe in general is far superior to the US as far as health goes. Like, just from what I've seen, like on, you know, videos and stuff, they still eat whole foods, you know, like bread and vegetables and meat and, you know, just stuff that's not like highly processed and stuff. But here in the States, like everything is processed and in packages and stuff. And it's really, you have to work really hard not to eat unhealthy. And I don't enjoy cooking or doing anything in that regard. So I'm kind of just the standard image of an American who's not healthy, basically. And sure, I could change that, but it takes kind of a willpower that I don't really have. And so I'm just a victim of the society and the way it's become, unfortunately. And I should be able to change it, but I'm just kind of a wreck in that regard. I'm just being honest about it. Okay, let's see. We slurp that most of our drinking time. I wish I liked water. I have a very highly sensitive sense of taste, so I can, if there's anything in the water and it's not just 100% pure, like distilled basically, or spring water or something, it just tastes gross to me. So I have a really hard time drinking straight water as often as I should. So for some reason, I'm more able to drink it when I'm eating Chinese food that's really spicy, or when I'm hiking and I need hydration, and I can force myself to drink water. But it has to be like crazy cold. Like I put massive ice in the water, and then it's palatable because it kind of covers any taste that it might have. But it's not even that we have bad water here. Like I live out in the country and we have well water, which is quite good. I mean, everybody that comes here compliments the taste or just purity or whatever. But I'm just really sensitive to water taste. So I can even taste, like if for example, water has been in a plastic anything, like in a plastic bottle or in a plastic cup or anything, I can taste the plastic. I mean, it's just, yeah, I'm just unfortunately hypersensitive to that, and just makes it really difficult for me to enjoy water. I could buy like a Brita filter or something like that and probably get by, but that's just more effort, and I have to like constantly fill it up and change the filter and whatever. just making excuses, but I'm just being honest about it. It's a struggle for me. Okay, so that's all marked. Next, oh, this is what I forgot last time too. I pulled everything off before marking the cutting. I honestly wish I grew up in a country that had more health values. Like it was just part of the culture, like it seems like they have in Europe. I think I would have done a lot better. I'm sort of just a product of the culture. I mean, that's not entirely true because I'm religious, which the culture has lost all of its faith essentially, so I'm able to resist what's around me. I'm not that much of a dull-brained person, but when it comes to food, I don't seem to have the willpower to make good choices. And I grew up in a family that didn't necessarily eat particularly healthy, so both my parents are not necessarily in great health or shape, and it's kind of influenced, and I never really learned to care much about it, I guess. I think it's also easier when you're married. You can care about it together, like you prioritize things as a family or as a couple. And I was married a long time ago, and so when I was married, I think I ate more healthy because we, talked about it and tried to do things together. And it's more fun to cook when you're cooking food with somebody else or for somebody else. And I'm just a single guy, and I have no interest in cooking really, so okay. I think that's everything. So I can just pile this up. Case in point, I got some pop right here. That's my standard drink. I don't drink alcohol, but that's not necessarily, worse for me than pop that I do drink, so. I don't have any of those standard vices though. Like I don't do any kind of controlled substance, never have, not even once ever. So I don't drink alcohol, I don't smoke, I don't do recreational drugs or any of that kind of stuff. I feel like I have to check this stupid chat again just in case. Okay, good. Looks like it's working. I'm gonna be paranoid about that, like from now on, because of how unreliable it is the last couple days. Okay. It's actually kind of hard to get a perfectly clean cut on this kind of fabric because the little woven threads just want to pull it out. So there's usually a little bit, and like as I said, when I pull this up off of the table, it pulls out some of those. It's kind of annoying. I can give it sort of a fresh edge just by trimming them, but they're still gonna like pull out now that they're have that tendency. none of that really matters in the end product. The only spot, like I mentioned in the previous one, that matters is the very corners. And I think I might actually fold those over a little bit farther than I did last time because they did sort of spike out on the corners a little bit on the previous book. I can imagine bookbinding is quite therapeutic, totally. Not quite as therapeutic as hiking. That's my ultimate therapy. It's actually been quite hot here lately. I do a lot of hiking streams and I've been really wanting to get back out. It's been like well over a week since I've been out, and I'm hoping maybe Wednesday it might be a little bit cooler, and if I'm not busy with something I might be able to go for a hike. That's like where I get restored, is from hiking. My wife finds the same when she's threading beads. Yeah, it is very, very relaxing. And I enjoy the streaming aspect too. Like, even if nobody's chatting, when I'm at home, I don't mind that. When I'm out hiking and I'm carrying all the gear around and nobody's chatting, it can be kind of discouraging. But here at home, even if nobody's chatting, I'd rather stream what I'm working on than just doing it in a dark room by myself. So I feel like there's a chance, even if no one's talking, that they might be lurking and enjoying something about what I'm presenting. And so that I've actually enjoyed that over the years. I've been doing this for 6 years now, and I'd rather live stream my crafts and art and whatever than not do it. Yeah, I'm kind of at the mercy of the cell signal wherever I'm at, because I don't have like Starlink or anything. So I go on a lot of hikes and then I do a speed test, and if there's good enough upload speed, then I'll pull out my camera. But a lot of times it doesn't last very long, because I start somewhere where there's a good signal and then I take a few steps and it just dies. So quality of my IRL streams is not very good, unless I get really lucky where there's some rare place that has awesome signal, which is actually surprising how many places do have a signal when I'm kind of out in the middle of nowhere. So it's not really that uncommon, to be honest. I do live like out in the middle of the forest, mountains and rivers and lakes and stuff, but for whatever reason, I have no idea why, there's actually quite a bit of cell phone activity, or just, I guess I don't know if it's for, the only reason I can think that they would have done that is for like safety, so that in case of emergency that people can get help or something, because otherwise there's no businesses, there's no buildings, there's nothing at all. So, yeah, it's kind of weird, actually, how good the signal is sometimes. I've been up on the mountain in the middle of nowhere, miles and miles away from any kind of town or whatever, and I've had as much as 200 megabit download speed and like 20 upload. It's kind of amazing. Usually it's not that good though. Usually it's like right on the border of barely good enough to live stream. Okay. that's ready. Here's my vinyl cover trimmed and ready to assemble. Hey Sheesh, what's up? Making another book. Hopefully you're doing good. All right, what's next? Okay, so this is where I needed to stop and concentrate for a minute because I forgot to do this thing at the right time. Are you done for the journal sketch? It's kind of just off and on. I'm a variety streamer, so you never know what I'm gonna do. I'm kind of in a bookbinding mood lately because I want to get some of these books that I have sitting around finally finished. So I've been doing that for the last couple days, and I might do it for a while until I get distracted or tired or something. But I'll probably do another hiking stream, as I was mentioning earlier, maybe later this week also. And I'll do another sketchbook stream eventually. I actually have a bunch of journal writing I need to do in my sketch journal. Just some writing, because a bunch of crazy cool stuff happened in my life. I guess cool and difficult and stuff that I want to write about. So I've been wanting to just sit down and do a bunch of writing. And so if I pick up my journal, sketch journal, I would like to draw, but I feel like it's more important to record my personal life's details, and so I've been wanting to get back to that too. One that you do last time, Naruto inspired thoughts of heads, yeah. Yep. I'll get back to that eventually and do more, but not today, or at least not right now. Okay, so next thing I need to do is decide what color I want to use on the inside fabric, so let me check. Kind of thinking maybe black and white. No, never mind. Okay, so this is kind of a burgundy color, and it also has some orange, like a peach color. So I'm gonna go look through my fabric real quick and see if I can find something that complements these colors. This brown will kind of go with just about anything, so it's more about matching this here. Can I see the progress on that? Like on what? Which thing? Alright, I'm gonna be right back and see if I can find a matching fabric here. I think I have one that's like really accessible that might be just perfect. Like some of these, like that one might match. This one would probably match too, but yeah, maybe one of those. That's a pretty good match. I'll probably use that one. Okay, so I have to iron this, unfortunately. Okay, so I need to get some basic dimensions figured out for this. Do some measuring, I guess. For some reason I always have to really think this through. I don't do it often enough to have a handle on exactly what I need to do. I haven't figured out like a dimension for this because I know approximately I need to make it about from the end of this to about an inch into here, but I also need to allow a little extra material that'll end up cropping off in the end. And I haven't decided how much extra to allow. I'm thinking 12. This might be exactly the same, pretty close to the last one. It'd be 12 by. This is 135. 14, so 16. Let's do 12 by 16 centimeters, I think should do it. This one I definitely need to iron because it's very wrinkly. Doesn't really have an orientation, so I could go this way, I could go that way. It doesn't really matter, so we're gonna do 12 by 14 or 12 by 16. Such a mess. Okay, 12, or that's the 16. I'm gonna do 12 this way. Can't remember where that is. It's top of this little weird shape. Okay. Oh, should have just looked at this. Has centimeters on it also. Silly me. Okay. That's actually why I bought this tee. It has centimeters on it, which I prefer to work with centimeters on my bookbinding stuff because inches are really hard to do math on. Centimeters, just decimal, so you can do basic math to get halves or thirds or whatever. Anyway, it's just easier for me. Even though I'm living in a place that uses the imperial whatever system junk, I prefer to use metric for my books, at least. For hiking and stuff, I'm still used to like miles and stuff like that, but for bookbinding, I use metric. Okay, there's that. Randomly picked a stream to watch and it led me here. Nice. Yeah, I'm doing bookbinding, so it's kind of a slow process to sit and watch, but I'm making something like this. It has a magnet to keep the cover closed, and then I also make these marbled paper inside cover things, and these are just blank like journals or sketch books that you can put whatever. Yeah, it's like arts and crafts type stuff. Okay, so now I need to cut a piece of this. I think the main reason I'm getting a decent amount of views on Soulbound is I noticed when I was starting that I think there was only one person live, so Soulbound has the reverse problem that most platforms have. Most platforms have not enough viewers to really go around, or just, I don't know. But like Soulbound seems to have not very many streamers, but more viewers than, so people are looking for stuff to watch. That's kind of what I've noticed. Hey Savannah, how are you doing? Okay, cut this. Everybody seems to know each other on Soulbound too. Kind of reminds me of the old days of DLive. That's how DLive was, but it was a lot bigger platform because it had a lot of popularity and attention, like back in 2019. Kind of had a similar vibe. They also had the crypto stuff, and there's a fair amount of similarities. You know, I'm done with all the gun games. All right, so yeah, I'm not really a gamer streamer. I do all the other stuff. Like I do IRL hiking streams, I do bookbinding streams, I do soccer ball juggling streams, I do art drawing streams. I used to do piano playing. I haven't done that in a couple years. Just haven't felt motivated, but yeah, I do a lot of different stuff. How's my day? I'm doing good. It's a good day. Slept in really late, so my days are kind of weird because I sleep at strange times, which I don't know. It's not great for the streaming thing either because there's less people awake, at least where I live when I'm streaming. But that's fine. But yeah, I sleep during the day and I'm up all night typically, so it's kind of a weird life, but I'm a night owl, so it's really hard for me to get out of that pattern. Even when I try, it just kind of, I gravitate back to that schedule. I'm not actually good at piano. Basically, when I was live streaming piano, I was showing the process of learning how to play. So I'm really pretty terrible at it, actually. But if I would have stayed with it after, because I started it like 6 years ago, if I would have kept with it, I'd probably be pretty good by now. But I had a hard time keeping motivated, so I almost never play. I pretty much never play the piano now. It's extremely rare. I would like to, but I just have so many other things that are higher priorities, I guess. Don't know what's happening. I'm doing bookbinding, so I'm making a handmade book or journal, I guess. It's a better word for it. It's kind of hard to appreciate just dropping in and not knowing exactly what I'm doing, but okay, here we go. I'm into this kind of stuff. I also like sketching and such. Cool. Yeah, I'm not like super amazing, like good at any of the stuff I do. I'm just kind of average, but I think it's kind of fun just to, part of the reason I live stream the things that I do is because I like to encourage people to try, even if you're not the best, because you can always start something new and learn a new hobby or skill. You don't have to be super great at everything you do, so I try to communicate that to people, that even if you're not good, you can try and you can learn and do whatever, It's kind of entertainment I needed. All right. So these are the 3 pieces. I'm gonna glue these together with iron. So I'll grab my ironing board. It takes forever though. It's the only thing I don't like about this particular step is it's extremely time consuming just to get one little piece of fabric that I use. But it's necessary, so gotta do it. Oh, now I want to make crafts. Well, go for it. There's so many different kinds of crafts. YouTube is a great place to learn. That's kind of how I got started. I picked something or more than one thing. Like just as an example, I know how to do stained glass. I know how to do marbled paper. Marbled paper is this stuff, so I make this stuff. And you know, you could just like choose any random thing. You could do, I don't know. There's a million different handmade crafts that people can do. And, once you choose something to do, all you have to do is search on YouTube, and there's a billion tutorials and people that are really smart that have figured everything out, and they share all their secrets, and that's kind of how I learned. Okay, let's see. It's just relaxing. Like it's not something I can do to like make money. It takes too long, so I can't sell the stuff for much money, but I just enjoy it, so I do it even if it's not profitable. Wish I have that talent. This isn't really a talent though. This is like more like a skill that I learned by watching videos. I think, you know, anybody could do what I did by it takes patience though. The only skill or talent I guess that I have is patience. So even if I don't know how to do something, I'm willing to keep trying and getting better at stuff. Does make you better, not perfect. Yeah, you can always learn something. Like even somebody like you guys can come into my chat and have an idea that I never thought of. You know, because we're all creative people with brains and ideas. So. So in my opinion, I think like drawing and being artistic is like a talent. It's something that some people are kind of born with the aptitude, or it's a little bit easier for them. But something like crafts, it's really just something that you learn. Like for example, it's like a job. You can go work at some company and learn some kind of skill that you didn't have before, or you can go to college and learn a skill. I think this is kind of like that. If you grind to be skilled, yeah. Just watch them and learn from them gradually, yeah. And the thing is, like, the one thing that a lot of people don't understand is, like, the first things that you try will kind of be terrible. They won't be very good. But I've been doing this for over 10 years, so that's why I have the ability that I have, is that I've just been doing it so long. But when I first started, I had no idea what I was doing. So it took me a while to figure out all this. It's all about wanting to have something and work hard to get it. Exactly. It's a lot of it's just like a mental game, or like the willingness to try hard, and I don't have that in some areas. I think I could learn, you know, just about anything like you guys can too, but if it's not interesting to you, then you're not gonna invest the time and energy to do it. I don't know what's happening. I'm flattening this fabric so that it doesn't have any wrinkles in it, basically. Just using a regular iron like you use for clothes. It's funny because I never iron my clothes. Like I have this iron only for bookbinding. I never iron shirts or pants or anything like that. But it's exactly the same that you would use for clothing. if I don't iron it, there will be these like little lines that show up in the fabric, and it'll just not look good. Just looking, but I'm here. Nice. Okay, so then the next step is I cut these 3 things. This is like hot glue. If you ever use a hot glue gun or know what that's about, it's like a really thin layer of hot glue that's stuck onto some paper. And so I'm going to iron that, get it hot so it sticks to the fabric. That's what I'm doing next. Are you good at art pigments too? Probably not, because I don't really know what that is. Maybe you mean like painting or something. I'm not good at painting, but in the last 6 months I've learned how to use those like ink pencils that, if you watch some of my older streams, I've been working with some ink pencils, and that's actually new to me. I'm just teaching myself how to use those, and I'm really enjoying that quite a bit. But I don't know how to like paint with like acrylic paint or oil paint, or that kind of stuff. That kind of stuff has always kind of scared me. It's just it's challenging. It's really difficult. I could learn how to do it, but it's hard. Yeah, I do prefer sketching. So the reason I like the pencils, even though it's kind of like painting, is I can draw the colors just in controlled areas with the pencil, and then I just get it wet with some water. It feels more like drawing. Hey Nasu, how's it going? I think this will surprise me at the end. Yeah, I don't know if you'll have the patience to stick around long enough to see the end, because it takes a long time. Already loving the vibes. Sometimes these quiet streams hit the best. Paint is one that's really hard. Yeah, I agree. Real, to be honest. Finally caught you live. Guess who? I do have a guess, but I won't say. Might have something to do with this guy. Even I will choose sketching instead of painting. Yeah, I'm literally zoning out to this. Yeah, I like listening to retro video game music. And what I'm doing now, I'm just like waving this around so the air cools off the hot paper. So Nasu, one of my favorite people in the universe. Same bro, same. One mistake on painting can ruin your art. I know, that's what's scary about it. You can't like fix the mistakes. The funny thing is, even though that's true, I've learned with the ink I have the same issue. If I make a mistake, the whole thing's ruined. But I don't know, I somehow got over that challenge. Okay, since Nasu is here, I can show some of my drawings, because I don't know if they've seen some of my recent drawings, and they might appreciate them. So let me show, and you guys are talking about drawing too, so let me show some of my drawings. Now I'm nervous because the person that I've never talked to on my streams is here. Okay, let's see. See if I can find my drawings. T. Okay, just a second. I'm going to show some of my drawings real quick. Nasu is a friend that they like to draw, and I want to show them my drawings. But you can everybody can see them too. I think sketching is easier than painting. It's so right. And also in painting, you have to think about color combinations. Yeah, totally. You have to like mix different colors. The easier thing that I like to do is just get a ton of colors, so then you don't have to mix them as much. It's just easier that way. Given colors aren't that tone you need. Yeah. Okay, so just a second here. I'm going to show some of my most recent drawings. If I can figure out how to do this. Okay, I'm going to show the most recent and go backwards. Some of them are just like I was testing some pens and stuff, so I'll try to skip those. But yeah. Do. Sorry, it's taking a while. I'm trying to get the program working here. I saw some of your drawings on your blog. Cool. Yeah, I haven't uploaded my most recent ones, so not that it really matters, but just something to break the boredom of my normal content. So let's see. This is the last drawing that I finished. Okay, so I need to get that under my chat, like right there. There we go. That's the last one. I do these a lot where I just draw like a bunch of silly faces because I start with a random scribble and then look for shapes that are recognizable. Hey, El Muerto. Man, it's like the most active chat I've ever had probably in my entire life. Usually there's like nobody here, but I appreciate everybody being here. I wish I could say all the things about Nasu that I know, but I won't say anything. Okay, so, yeah, here we go. Oh, that's gonna be annoying. It's like changing size. I have to make it smaller, I guess. There's more silly faces. And most of my drawings are complete nonsense. So this looks like painting, but it's actually watercolor pencils, or more technically, they're called Derwent Inktense pencils, and they're kind of unique, but it's I don't know. They're like watercolor pencils, though. I really like them, and I'll be doing more streaming with my drawings and stuff, but not today. I'll just show these and then get back to my bookbinding. Inktense pencils colors are so bright. Yeah, I really like them a lot. Super fun to use. Like, I have no real interest in using anything else because these are so fun. Is that really your art? Yep. Yep. This is actually like a gate in like a forest. There used to be this big metal gate that was blocking a road, and they just left part of it. I thought it looked cool, so I drew that. And then here's one of the Naruto images. These are good for like fantasy books. Yeah, I always wanted to do like children's illustration or children's books illustrations. I always thought that would be fun to like write the story yourself and draw all the images and stuff, and then like print them and publish them or something. I was doing some 3D art for like 3 hours today. Oh, cool. Like, were you live streaming it? Somehow I didn't notice. I don't actually look like who's online as much these days, so I feel kind of bad that I miss everybody's streams. Should sell those. I don't know about that, but I'll just say this. Nasu is, who's in the chat on YouTube, is also, she's an artist and she's better than I am. But anyway, she doesn't live stream as far as I know, so, but I wish it'd be fun if she did show some of her stuff. But, like her coloring, yep, it was only on Twitch. Oh, okay, that's why I basically never look at Twitch. This is just like a random thing that I saw. I sometimes draw things that I see in reality, and other times I draw random stuff, I guess. And a lot of my drawings are like completely silly and nonsensical, so they don't make any sense at all, like this one. And yeah, then I was just doing a bunch of testing, so scanned these in. They're not really that interesting, but this is where I was just drawing like a bunch of faces. If you actually rotate this around, you can see even more faces. I like to do that. It's just fun for some reason. There's another Naruto. This looks like it might be from something, but I was just drawing random shapes. I don't know what it is. It's like the weirdest, ugliest buildings ever that don't have any architectural meaning. Just nonsense. You should make an art book with your doodles. They're pretty nice. Yeah, I don't know. There's no like continuity or like pattern between my drawings. If I made some kind of book, it wouldn't have any story. It would just be like, here's a random drawing, and then here's another random drawing that has no relation to the last drawing. So, but I guess it would be fun if I could think of like some idea, some story to draw. I could actually not just draw random stuff, but you know, draw each picture that is part of the story, kind of like Dr. Seuss or something. That would be cool. This is, most of my drawings I start from scribbles, and that's what this is, and I just tried to make something out of it, and I thought this looked a little bit like Shrek's ear, so I just called it Shrek earphone, but otherwise has no meaning whatsoever. I was just testing more stuff. And then I was just playing around with the brush pen on this one. Doesn't have to just explain your technique or how you did it and what made you think about it. Oh, that's a good idea. I would have more fun though if I could actually think of a story to draw. Exactly what you were telling us about the doodle story. Yeah, I suppose. The problem is every single one would have the same story. Like, oh, I started with a random sketch and then saw a face in it. So it would get kind of boring. But I do actually write little short stories about each, not every single one, but sometimes I think of like, what's happening here? Like what's this guy's story? And then I'll write like 2 or 3 paragraphs about what's going on. But yeah, anyway. Oh yeah, that's probably good enough. I don't need to show every single one because there's like millions of them. But yeah, I actually started drawing again back in March of this year, and I hadn't drawn for a long time before that. My friend Nasu was trying to encourage me to draw, and I was rude and ignored her because I didn't want to. But finally I'm drawing, and so I've drawn like over 160 doodles since then, and it's been fun. I don't know if I'll like keep at it for, oh, here, like this is an example of the doodle, or the what do you call it, doodle, not doodle, scribble. So I start with a scribble like this that doesn't have anything in it, and then I see like shapes, and that actually became this one. So that's actually the same drawing, because I saw this guy with his hands up in this shape, and so I just started adding more connecting lines to it, and that's what it became. So anyway, all right, that's probably it for now, and I'll get back to my bookbinding, which is not as interesting, but that's what I'm going to do. Exactly. Oh yeah, okay, so we should do that. Want to see what I was working on today? I would, but I don't know how. The way I did that was more tangled lines. Cool. Isn't that called something like intuitive drawing? It probably is. It's probably a thing that a lot of people do, but I didn't really necessarily learn it from any outside influence. It's just something I've always liked to do, is scribble and see what's in it. It's kind of like the people that look at clouds in the sky and see shapes, you know? Very similar thing. I always see stuff like, but usually, unfortunately, I only see faces. I would rather see like other things, but I always see silly faces. I can post a Google link on the screenshot. Oh, sure, that's fine. Some platforms links don't work, so you can try if it works. If it doesn't, then too bad. Oh my god, I'm gonna lose my voice because I don't normally have this many people in chat to talk to, so I'm kind of overstimulated at this point. Why you're trying to iron that? So I had underneath this layer is like glue that's that I just ironed onto the fabric. So I'm basically connecting the fabric to the paper using a layer of hot melt glue. So when I'm done, the fabric and the paper will be connected, so you can't pull them apart. It'll be a very strong connection. And the reason I do that is because I have to use wet glue, like this stuff here, to connect this fabric to the book. And if I don't put the paper on the back of it, the glue will just soak into the fabric and make the fabric all wet and messy. But if I put the paper on the back of the fabric, doing what I'm doing now, then I can use the wet glue on here and it won't make a big mess. So that's kind of why I'm doing that. Let's see, I turned my iron off. Okay, let me see if I can click on the link. That's for straightening. Yeah, the first step, when I only had the fabric on the ironing board, I was using it to straighten it, and then now I'm doing other things. Okay, so let's see. Oh, cool. Let me see. I don't know if I can show that on stream easily because I'd have to add a source, and I always mess things up when I try to add a source in the middle of my stream. But let me see if I can. Is it okay if I show that image on stream? Let's see. Don't mind, cool. All right, I'll try. If I can figure it out, I'll do it. I have like a million windows open, so I'm trying to do a Windows source, and I'm like probably screw it up. It's the bad guy from Spawn. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm not like super familiar with Spawn. Like, so maybe it looks a little familiar, but I didn't like read the comic books growing up or whatever, so yeah. There's so many windows open, I can't find it. Eventually I'll find it, have to. Gotta be one of these. What? How can it not be one of those? What? Makes no sense. Oh, it's called image something. Sorry, this will take 5 years. What? How can it not be one of these? I'm literally clicking. Oh, there it is. Okay, there we go. Sorry, took way too long. So there is the 3D modeling rendering that Mel Marto is working on. Why do I have so many tabs open? Because I'm streaming on like 18 platforms and everyone has to have like 2 windows open, so I have like an absurd number of windows. It's kind of annoying. But yeah, so he's very talented with that stuff. I don't have a clue how to do 3D modeling and stuff, so that's very, very cool. Took me only 5 hours? That would have taken me like 10 days to do that. I mean, it wouldn't even look good, but if I tried to do something like that, it'd probably take me weeks. It's crazy. That's amazing that you did that in 5 hours. Okay. All right. Have a pic of another perspective with more detail. Yeah, I'll look at it another time. You can send a link, but I'm just so messed up right now that it would probably take me an hour to figure it out. Oops, I just almost dropped my microphone. Okay. I'll try to finish. I want to try to finish this book tonight, so I'll get back to working on that for the moment. Oh, that took way too long to do this little ironing thing. It's ridiculous. What time is it there now? It's 1:40 a.m. I've been staying up till like 7 o'clock in the morning and then sleeping all day. It's just kind of the way my life goes. It's kind of a disaster, but I don't know. I don't have a job right now, and I don't know. I've been struggling with depression and other things, motivation and stuff. There's things that I should be working on and I need to get back to, but I've just had a hard time doing it for a long time. Trying to start a business, and I don't know how to start a business really, and there's a lot of steps and details that I have to do. Plus, to be honest, I've been meeting a lot of roadblocks in that process that have been kind of discouraging, and so I'm just very slow. Very slow. How are you streaming on a lot of platforms? I'm using, basically it's something like Restream, but I didn't want to pay for Restream because it's like $20 a month or something. So I'm using something called Aircast.app, which is much cheaper and better in my opinion in some ways. It doesn't have the unified chat on Aircast though, so I have to use something called socialstream.ninja. And actually, just now that I'm looking at this, for some reason there's like a weird wrinkle going across here, so well, I'm just gonna have to live with it. I don't really know why that happened. I think it has something to do with shrinking when I was putting that glue paper on there. I don't know. Anyway, it is what it is. I'll live with it. If I hadn't pointed that out, maybe nobody else would really care or notice, but I always notice that kind of stuff, so. All right, so I'm just gonna cut this now. Taking forever. Let's see. I'll make this the basis for square. I just have to pick one side to be straight, and then I can use the square to cut all the other sides based on that one straight side. I have a book with that cover on my table right now. What? Are you serious? This cover? Exactly the same? There's no way that's not possible. See, I can't talk about all the things that I'd want to talk about, but yeah, I'll just say this. I've known Nasu for, let's see, let's do some math. 12 years. So way before I started live streaming. So that's all I will say. Okay. Go. This is the first time they've come by my stream when I'm live that I'm aware of, unless they were hiding behind some kind of other secret username. All right. Okay, so let's see. Now, I use the height of the book as this dimension. So what are you doing today, Nasu? I don't even know what time it is where you live, but are you working today, or like what are you up to? Okay, so that's crazy that you have a book that has this exact same pattern of fabric on it. That seems really unlikely, but like, what are the chances of that? I've been having some crazy unlikely chance things happening this week, so it just kind of fits in, but at the same time, it's just I mean, I have like I have 150 fabrics or something, and the chance that the one that I happen to be working on right now is something that you have sitting on your desk, it's like 0 chance. How do you like that? Did you actually buy that Little Big Planet 4 or whatever it was, and do you like it? I was reading some reviews on it, and it seems like it got some kind of mixed reviews. I'd actually rather play the old ones again, to be honest, because that just has a really good memory attached to me, to it, with me, to me, whatever. It's 11:45 a.m. I'm on vacation doing nothing. Nice. Do you have any fun plans for the vacation, or are you just gonna sit around? I bought it, but I have not played it. Cool. It looked like a completely different kind of game. Like, instead of like the flat picture, two-dimensional sort of perspective, it looks like it was kind of a more open world 3D kind of game, which didn't, to me, it didn't look quite as interesting. But I'm gonna study the Bible, draw, paint, cycle, and play games. Cool. It sounds like fun. Wish I could join you. But yeah, very cool. All right, let's see. Ow, just dropped the board like a perfect. That just landed on my toe. That's very nice. Okay. All right, let's see. I guess I can just arbitrarily cut this off at any certain point. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, I've been wanting to get back into Bible stuff. I used to, most people will not have any interest in this and they'll probably want to run away, but I used to do Bible readings on my stream, and I've been working on this app that makes it so I can show the words on the screen, but I got kind of stuck because I was mostly using AI to write the code, because I pretty much hate writing code anymore, and my brain is kind of fried in that area. And so about 6 months ago, I got kind of stuck in that project, and so I stopped doing the Bible reading thing on my stream, but I really, really want to do it again. So I've been thinking about that lately, and I might actually try to get working on that project again, because I don't know. I feel like I need it, and I think the world is in a place that somebody out there needs it. Everybody needs it, but somebody out there will be receptive to it. And I'd like to be the person that shares it with them, if they are in that position to be ready for it. Everybody else will hate it, and I'm okay with that. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna use this to, what? Why isn't that the same? Oh, never mind. Yeah, that makes sense. Where's the other thing? Here it is. It'd be cool to see some of your drawings sometime. I don't know if you're still here, but it'd be cool to see them. Nasu. Probably saying that totally wrong, but that's okay. I always sound stupid, so if I say the wrong thing, that's fine. Mostly been drawing on a sketchbook lately. Cool. Yeah, that's all I'm doing. In a way, I kind of wish I was drawing separately, because part of the challenge is I'm doing the live stream thing, so my sketch journal has like all my personal thoughts inside the same pages where the drawings are, so it's kind of hard to live stream it. So if I just drew on like separate pieces of paper, it would actually be easier for the live stream. But I kind of like the idea of keeping a sketch journal, so I'm gonna keep doing that. But yeah, it is what it is. I wish I could just show all the stuff, and I've been talking about this for a while, but I might actually I might read some of my old journals on my stream. I don't know if I should or not, but it almost feels like God is leading me in that direction. If he is, I would do it. I just don't know if he is or not. I'm trying to listen and hear if that's what he wants me to do, but I may do that, possibly. Said it exactly the right way, cool. But the other part, I would say completely wrong, literally, because I don't know how to pronounce vowels and consonants in that language. Ha, huli. I have no idea. Okay, so let's see. I'm curious what that means, though. I don't know what it means. Wow, I'm going the slowest I've ever gone. Okay, so there's less chat happening. I can speed up a little bit. Where's that other piece of paper? Said it well. Cool. You're just being kind, I think. Let's see. Okay, that should work. Nope, I was honest. Okay. Thanks. Yeah, I haven't actually studied any of the language, so I don't have a cool... I'm actually kind of just assuming that it might be pronounced kind of like Spanish, and that's the only language I can think of. Okay, so, let's see. Next, need to do this. Alright, just do right there. So what I'm doing now is I'm cutting a piece of paper to glue from this board down into this recessed area and then back up onto this other board, and it kind of connects the two and makes kind of a strong spine area, I guess. Just so you know, you made my day to be here and to get to talk to you. Best thing ever. Okay. I'm awkward and don't know how to say things, but that's what I think. Let's see. So thanks for saying hi. I appreciate it. Means a lot to me. Probably be easier and more comfortable to not say anything. Okay. Okay, here we go. So I have to make sure that paper grain direction is going the same direction as the spine. I usually do that by holding it like this. I think it's this way. Hi, hope you're doing great. Hey, N. I am doing not bad. How are you doing? How did you find my stream? I'm curious, because usually my stream is completely invisible on YouTube, so I'm surprised that anybody found my stream today. Particularly N. Nasu, they probably have a different way to find me, but N, I'm surprised that anybody found me. Okay, let's see. Unless that's your second username. There we go. By the way, if anybody's interested in artists, I have a really talented artist friend who also live streams. Since we're kind of on the subject of live streaming, All good, brother. I just saw your stream in my feed because I was watching Bookbinding. Oh, that's cool. That actually makes sense. So it's just like the algorithm essentially feeding it to you, which is pretty rare because I don't really get people like finding my stream organically. But that's cool. It's good to know that at least there's like some fair reason to. Okay, so I'm gonna look up my friend just to throw his username in chat if I can find him really quick. I mean, I know his username, but let's see if I can find a link to his channel. Oh, he's actually live. So yeah, I don't mind at all if you go watch my friend live stream in favor of mine. If you want to, wouldn't bother me at all. I think he's live. Maybe not. Oh no, that's an old stream. He has a thing that says live on his old replays, so it's confusing. Okay, never mind. Let me throw it in there. Anyway. I can't figure out how to do this anything anymore. Let's see. There we go. Anyway. His username is Elfsar. He streams on multiple platforms, kind of like me, not quite as many, but he's also on YouTube. So anyway, he's a very talented artist. I actually have one of his drawings. I should show that just for fun if I can find it. Let me see if I can find the drawing that he did for me. I probably won't be able to find it right now. I should have it like hanging on my wall or something, but I'm not like the kind of person that has things hanging up much, so I can't remember where I put it recently, so I might not be able to show that. Sadly, I would love to, but I don't know where it is. I'll look for just a couple minutes. If I can find it, I'll show it. If I can't, then I'll just show it some other time. It's annoying that I don't know where that is. One idea. It's not where I thought it was, so I have no clue where it is. That's stupid. No. Now I feel like searching for it for like 6 hours. My place is a complete disaster, so finding anything is basically impossible. Sucks. Oh well, I tried. Anyway, if you're into art streams, I recommend his channel because he's way more talented than I am. Draws amazing stuff. Blah blah blah. That's so weird. I feel like I should be able to find that. There's not that many places it could be, but because my place is so messy, I don't know where to look for it. That sucks. That'll be super fun and a perfect opportunity timing to show it, but I don't know where it is. Oh well. I used to actually have it in a specific place and it's not where it used to be. I used to have it like right by all my streaming stuff. Apparently it's not there anymore. Hey bro, my desktop is a mess. Oh man, you want to see a mess? My place is supreme mess. Like there's no, I don't think anybody can compare with what's going on here. Let me just show you how messy it is, just for fun. Like look at all this crap everywhere. Like it's just a total disaster. Massive mess. I won't even show you the rest of my place because it's embarrassing. But it's so annoying because now I really want to find that because that would be really the perfect time to show. I'm gonna look for like 5 minutes and bore you all, and you all leave, so you won't even see it when I show it. But that's fine. I have to find it. I'm annoyed now. It's stupid because there's like one place that it should be. And it used to be there. idea where it might be. Nope. Stupid. I'm stupid. Oh well. Okay, I'll give up pretty soon and just finish the book, because I do want to finish that book today. It feels kind of pathetic if I can't at least do one book in one day. I mean, I should be even more efficient and do like finish 2 books in a day or something, but I'm so slow right now because I haven't been doing bookbinding for quite a while, and so my brain is not really figuring stuff out quickly because I forgot how to do some of the stuff, because it's been like, I think it's been over 3 months since I did any bookbinding, and yeah, so yeah, okay, so I gave it a good effort, but I don't seem to be able to find it, which is beyond, I can't express how annoying that is. My table looks the same at the moment with all the pens and watercolor stuff. Nice. Yeah, well, I didn't even show you the worst part. It's like way worse than that. Like beyond embarrassing. I don't really care. I don't get embarrassed that easily, but it's pretty bad. Oh, I found it. Yes. Okay. Look at that. The coolest thing. So this is an original artwork by Elfstar that he actually shipped to me. So I have the original. And he actually draws these on stream, and he gives them away, so he sends them to people. So I totally encourage you to watch his stream. Tell all your friends to watch Elfstar's stream. I'd love to see him succeed. I'm a small streamer. I don't really care if I have a lot of viewers, but I'd really like to see him succeed. So if you have a small bookbinding business, or it's just for fun, it's just for fun. I can't really make money because it takes like more than 10 hours to make a book, and so I'd have to sell it for like $150 for it to be worth the time, and nobody's gonna buy it, spend that much. So I can only sell them for like $20 or $25, maybe 30, but so I'd be making like 50 cents or $1 an hour after all the material expenses and just all the time and everything. It's ridiculous. Yeah, I love this drawing. I want to put it up somewhere, but I need to get it framed or whatever. And you know, since he's live streaming, he's doing these pretty quickly. Like if he wanted to, he could spend, you know, many hours and make them like even more refined. But I like his kind of, when he's live streaming, he kind of does the quicker, loose style, which I really appreciate. But I mean, this is actually one of the looser ones. Like some of the ones he's been doing lately are basically photographic, in my opinion. Like they're just super amazing. That's Link. But yeah, I like it. What medium is it made with? I think it's a bunch of mediums he uses, like alcohol markers. He uses pastels, like soft pastels. He uses like paint. I think there's actually like acrylic paint or something like it, like white markers on top to do the highlights and stuff. And I think he uses colored pencils sometimes. He basically just mixes a bunch of stuff together. You can kind of see like if you catch it in the light, you can kind of see that there's a bunch of different marks all mixed together and stuff. But yeah, every time he draws, he uses like different stuff. And I don't think I have the courage to do that myself, like to mix like a bunch of different things. I wouldn't know how they would react to each other, so I generally just use ink, that's all. So I don't know how to do all that crazy mixed media stuff. Okay, so let's finish this book. It's still gonna take like 3 hours because I spent all that time getting distracted, but it's worth it because I enjoy talking to people. There's usually nobody to talk to, so. Okay. Kind of forgot what I'm cutting even. Like, did I even measure something? Like, I don't even know. I think I did. Yeah, okay, so this is the piece that goes across the back. Just have to cut that, then it's done. Hopefully your health is good and all that. I know it probably isn't perfect, but I can dream, I can hope. Okay. Let's see. All right, so I'm finally ready to like glue everything together. That took forever, but I think I'm finally ready. So now it can get slightly more interesting, possibly. Not really, but sort of. Where's that? I got this. These are all the pieces I need. So now I just start gluing it together. Need to make sure, double check that I get these better than before. Nice. That's good to hear. All right, so this goes there, that goes there. This can be either way. So now I need glue and junk. So I'm going to use this. This right here is a mixture of about, I think it's about 50-50, but it should be about 60% PVA and 40% methyl cellulose paste, but I didn't do a very good job mixing it. So I think it's actually about 50-50, which means it's not quite as strong as I would like it to be. I should have used a higher percentage of PVA, because PVA is really sticky and strong, but it dries really fast, and so I mix the methyl cellulose paste in with it to make it so it doesn't dry so fast. Okay. And I've already said all this stuff last time I did it, but the thing is, like, I don't remember when I dropped my microphone last stream, so I probably didn't get to record some of this stuff. So I'll probably just repeat it sometimes, even though some people have already heard it, everything, but there's also people that have never been here, so if anybody's interested, I'll say stuff. Okay. Okay, so Nasu is somebody I would like to play video games with, if I had a way to do it. So I don't play games very much anymore, but I've played games with them before, and that was super fun. But they aren't a live streamer, and so I would just have to do it offline, which is totally fine, but I don't know. That would be fun. Cal. Yo, Flo, how are you, bro? I'm good. I used to know somebody named Cal. You're probably not the same person, but I remember somebody named Cal from about 5 years ago. It's probably not you, though. But welcome to the stream. Alright, so I need to make sure to get this on in the right orientation, so these magnet depressions need to be on the outside, so this way. Last time you streamed, I tried to do a sketch too. Oh, cool. Nice. Did you talk to me? I don't remember seeing your username before, but my memory sucks. So I used to know a guy named Cal King, some number on D-Live like 5 years ago. That's who I was talking about. But I'm pretty sure you're not that person. But let's see. Let's see. Where's my roller? Whoa! Mess. Trying to find stuff. There it is. No, it isn't. I have no idea. There it is. My memory is 100% garbage, so I'm always embarrassing myself. I'm not that person. Okay, yeah. I kind of knew that you wouldn't have been. That would be amazing. The funny thing is, somebody that I used to know from around that same period of time, and I hadn't seen them in like 3 or 4 years. They just came by my stream, so that's kind of why I was thinking that stuff. Your sketch is now in the trash. Oh, that's too bad. I'm sorry to hear that. I encourage people to keep even their bad attempts, because then you can, the next time you try, you can get a little bit better, and you can kind of compare you can see the improvement and get encouraged that you are better than you used to be. I don't encourage people to compare themselves to other artists, because that can be discouraging, or you can be kind of arrogant about it. But if you have your own drawings to compare with, you can see how you improve. But I understand how it's like. When I first started drawing as a kid, I wanted to throw everything away because it was terrible. But my mom actually taught me that lesson. I think she was the one that told me I should keep them, and I should sign all of them and put a date on it. So I've done that since I was a kid. I even have some drawings from when I was a young person still. And I'm not young anymore, I'm super old. Lots of tools for art. Yeah, I do. I actually, I can't afford to buy much now because I'm kind of poor, but how long ago? I think, yeah, about 10 years ago, I worked at an art supply company. And when you work for a company, sometimes you can get free stuff, or get it at cost or something. And so during that time is kind of when I bought a lot of stuff. Sadly, no one teaches me to draw. Yeah, these days you can do it on YouTube, but I know that's kind of dystopian, and it's more fun to do things with real humans in real life, I guess. But it depends on what your learning style is. These days it's very common for people to learn on their own. When I was a kid, I'm always playing outside. Do you still have that stuff from the time you were working in that company? Yeah. Yep, I do. A lot of the things that I'm using right now are from that time period. Some of the paper that I use in my books is from then, because paper is really expensive. I can't afford to buy more paper right now anyway, so once I run out, I won't be able to make more books, but I have a lot left. Because basically they made paper and stuff, and so it was crazy. The lady that made paper, I think they had this paper they didn't want to try to sell because they didn't know what it was. It was just in the warehouse or something. And so she said to me, do you want some of this? And she said, take as much as you want. It was awesome. So I got this huge pile of really good watercolor paper, and then some other stuff, and yeah, I've been using it for years. I think it's just hard to learn by just watching. I'm a slow learner. Yeah, I understand. I'm kind of a slow learner too, but for some reason over the last, I don't know how long, but maybe 10 years or so, I've gotten better at learning from watching videos. I don't know. I didn't used to be good at that either, or I think it was just an interest thing, and that's a lot of times what it's about, is like a desire. Like if you really want to do something, you'll do it even if it's hard. You'll just like keep trying and trying and trying. But if you don't really care that much, then there's very little chance that you'll succeed, because you'll, give up really quick or whatever. I need someone to teach me in person. Cool, yeah. Good way to do some of that is like, I don't know how old you are or whatever, but like, you can take like community college classes if there's a cheap school like that around you. Then it can sometimes cost, very little or whatever. I took like 2 classes like that, but for me, my experience wasn't very good because the teachers weren't super great, to be honest, but it just depends on if you get a good teacher or not. And that's always a risk wherever you go to school. You never know if you're going to get a good teacher. The more I see how they draw, the more I learn from them. Yeah. Yeah, that would be kind of an interesting thing. I don't know if I've ever seen like a teaching live stream, but maybe teachers wouldn't want to do it because they wouldn't really get paid to do it, and they'd rather get paid, because they have to go to school for a long time to get like a master's degree and stuff. Actually, that's not true. I have a really good friend, the wife of my good friend, that teaches art online. I was going to say, I don't know, I've never heard of anybody doing that, and then I just remembered that she does that. It's kind of cool. Like the background music. I'm 20 plus, nice. Yeah, I always play retro video game music on my streams. I was considering stopping because YouTube has this really annoying automatic copyright claim algorithm that matches the songs to people and sends them a thing that allows them to copyright claim my videos, and it's just really stupid. The thing that's stupid about it is they're not the owners of the songs, so it's actually illegal what YouTube is facilitating. They're misidentifying a song match using their AI algorithm and sending a link to the wrong person, and that person doesn't take the time to check if it's actually their music or not, and they copyright claim it, and they don't own the music. It's really stupid. I don't like it, but oh well. I don't really care that much because I'm not trying to I just made a really stupid mistake because I'm stupid. I shouldn't have put glue on that yet. Oh well. Hopefully it won't be a huge problem, but it's kind of a problem. That's really dumb. I can't put that on until I finish the book, or yeah, it's not ready for that step. I almost did that last time yesterday too, and this time I actually did it. It's very annoying. I might try to wipe some of that off before it dries. I can't get all of it off, but I might try to get some of it off, because if it dries, it'll make an extra layer of glue and be stiffer than it should be. It's just stupid. That's why I'm a bit shy to have someone to teach me. Teachers are like, that's one of the skills of a teacher, is that they're very patient and understanding. If they're not, like if they're rude, they're the worst teacher in the world. Like teachers, one of the skills that they're supposed to learn is how to be patient with people and not treat people rudely and stuff like that. So even if you're not very good at something and you want to learn, they'll be patient with you and they'll not treat you, dumb or something. That's what a good teacher should do. Yeah, I can just blame it on you guys who are distracting me. It's all your fault. But actually it's my fault because I'm just not paying attention. Okay. crisis averted, I think. It should be okay. I don't know why it's like some kind of dark thing on there. That's not good, but this will all be covered underneath the book, so it doesn't matter. And I didn't get it perfectly straight either, but whatever. None of this matters. This is where I've learned to turn my perfectionism off when there's things that I know that don't matter. Like it might still sort of bother me, like this is smaller than that, you know, like if I was like in my perfectionist mode, I'd be like, it's not equal, this is wider than that, and this doesn't look perfectly straight. But none of that matters because all of this is going to be covered inside the book and nobody will see it, and it doesn't even affect the quality or anything, so it's good enough. You didn't distract me. The real story is that I have been doing bookbinding for 10 years, but I stopped. I do it like, you know, I do it for a while, like maybe I do it for a month or something, and then I stop for like a year in between. So because I don't do it often enough, I forget a bunch of stuff and I make a bunch of dumb mistakes. So it's definitely not anybody's fault except for mine. My brain just doesn't work very well. Okay, so the next step is I'm going to cut the corners off. I'm going to leave like this is pretty thick, you can see. I'm going to try to leave about twice as thick as that. So I'm going to cut this weird angle like that. And the distance between this point where I cut and the edge should be about twice as thick as that, approximately. It doesn't have to be exact. And I'm cutting this kind of weird angle. It's not super crucial to get an exact shape. It's just kind of a general idea. These are just things that are going to fold over onto the boards. And they're also going to get covered eventually, so they don't need to look very specific. It's not very important. I just have a general memory of what kind of shape they should be. It's kind of like a flap on a box. You just kind of picture a slight angle on that side and a slight angle on this side, and you're just folding that flap over, so it just kind of helps to picture like some sort of flap, like maybe on a Chinese takeout box or something like that. That's kind of what I'm creating. Or if you're really good at wrapping Christmas presents, you could compare it to something like that. Yeah, I mean, I know it would be a big sacrifice for teachers to do this, but it'd be cool if there was more teachers that were live streaming and just kind of shared their experience and knowledge with the rest of the world. There probably are some on live streaming platforms, because I don't really search for streams that much these days. But that would be kind of cool, you know, just an actual professor or teacher doing like online classes essentially for free. They could support themselves through Patreon or something like that, but maybe they wouldn't charge their viewers directly necessarily. Is there a magnet in it? Yeah. So I don't know if you were here when I was showing these other ones, but like here's some of the completed books. So it has magnets, 3 magnets here, 3 magnets there, and they connect like that. Do any of the books that you have magnets? I don't remember. It's a long time ago. This is my favorite one just because it's that pattern. Yep, they all have magnets in them. Okay. Looks really nice. I don't have a magnet in my books. Oh no, I guess I'll have to send you one. Okay, let's see. Have you used any of them for anything? Or are they like just kind of sitting around? Let's see. Not, it doesn't matter. You know, I won't be offended either way. Just curious. Okay, so now I need a big piece of paste sheet. Okay, so I'm actually pretty close to being done now. It'll take a while, so as far as time goes, I'm not necessarily close, but as far as like things that I still have to do, I'm not that far. For this stuff, I like to use 100% PVA glue because I have to fold these pieces of fabric over, and they're kind of thick and they want to not fold. They like resist the folding action, so if I use the PVA, it kind of is more likely to stick, basically. I've used them writing in the last one, which is the one with the same cover, the red pattern. That's awesome. I like that because I've had a lot of cool coincidences recently, so that feels like Kick, sorry, El Marto. Kick died again. That was probably like an hour ago that you were writing. It's really irritating. Something is weird on Kick. It's just not working lately. It's super annoying. I hate it. So yeah, El Marto was talking probably like a million years ago. Makes me mad. Makes me super mad that it doesn't work. I hate it. I hate it when technology doesn't work. Super stupid. Okay, sorry. I just get angry when my technology just stops working. It's nothing I did, it just doesn't work. There's nothing I can do to make it work. So I missed all those messages that you see there, and it was probably like an hour ago that you wrote all that stuff. So irritating. I'm gonna try to talk to the programmer developer and see if you can fix that, because that really ruins the experience for viewers if they're chatting and I'm not responding. It's like super rude, but nothing I can do about it. Okay. So I'm just going to use the edge of this to kind of fold that a little bit, but generally I just use my hands. The secret is pushing really hard and holding it for 10 to 15 seconds, and that's kind of how it stays in place. If you don't hold it long enough, it'll just pop off. Sheesh. Hey, TRI. Hopefully Soulbound wasn't also having issues. Got back again. Nice. Yeah, she might not still be here. That was kind of a long time ago. I don't know. Do you guys seem like everybody knows? Oh, that's right, you went to get the snack, okay. Seems like everybody knows each other on Soulbound. Are you guys like all friends or something? Streaming without talking to your viewers like nothing. I hate it, like I feel like a complete jerk. But it's not like intentional, it's just I'm using like a program that compiles the chat together from various platforms, and sometimes it just like goes out to lunch and stops working. It's really irritating. Makes me mad. That the one from earlier? No, it's actually a different one, even though it's quite similar. It's almost the same pattern of fabric, but it's a little bit different. How you maintain that kind of calmness? Am I calm? I don't know. I'm not a very angry person, really. The only time I get angry is when I make a stupid mistake, but if other people do something, it doesn't usually make me mad. I make myself angry sometimes. Like when basically when my brain stops working and I make a really dumb mistake, or I accidentally treat somebody else badly, like it seems like I'm being rude, but I didn't intend to be. It just came across that way, or I made an accidental mistake. That's when I just get mad at myself sometimes. Need to talk to them to entertain them. Yeah. Well, I'm not really an entertainer though. Like I'm not the standard streamer where I'm trying to be like a celebrity or something. I'm just kind of a regular person that, you know, I'm not famous, don't want to be famous, kind of a thing. But yeah, I do want to be friendly and nice to people, obviously. And if I miss chat messages, it makes me feel like a jerk. Okay. I always intend to read every message. I never skip messages. Part of the reason I don't want to ever become a big streamer is because all big streamers are rude. They don't read their chat at all. And it's because they can't. They're like doing stuff and there's like a million messages flying in their chat and they can't keep up with it. So they're kind of forced to be rude, and I would hate that. It would be very stressful to me to have to skip a bunch of messages. Can't imagine. Yeah, I don't really intend to be an entertainer. I'm kind of just hanging out. Like I'm hanging out, you guys are hanging out. So if people come by, they just hang out with me. I'm not really putting on a show. I don't have a program. I don't have a script. I don't have a plan. I just basically the best way I can say is I work on stuff and I turn my camera on while I'm working on stuff, and if people come by, I chat with them. If there's nobody there, it's fine. Whatever. I don't take my streaming that seriously at all. But I'm very annoyed when technology doesn't work. It's the most annoying thing ever. So Alberto turned 44 last month. Nice. Yeah. Wish I didn't miss all those messages. It's so annoying. This is the hardest part, getting like the massively thick fabric to stay stuck on these recessed areas, because it just wants to pull up where these thick boards join the part underneath. It's kind of stressful a little bit. Okay. Oh man. You are correct. I am a man. Hello again. Hello. Okay, there we go. I'll just do this. Getting pretty close to finishing the book. How do you specifically call that thing? I would call it like a journal, but I guess you could just call it a book. It's a book, but it doesn't have anything written or in it. It's like a blank book. So you call it a blank book or a journal. It kind of depends on what the person that has it uses it for. Because you could write stuff with pens or pencil or whatever, or you could draw in it because it just has a bunch of blank pages inside of it. I just call them books or journals. Since I do a lot of writing, I use them mostly as journals or diaries. I feel like girls call them diaries and guys call them journals, but yeah, you could use it for whatever you want. This is pro level art. Woohoo, I'm a pro. Okay. Oh, I have to push really hard to get it to stick. And this, because I'm using a fabric that has a bunch of little threads, it just wants to kind of fray at the corners, which is a slight problem, but I don't really worry about it. It's not that big of a deal. I just hope you know that. Well, thanks. Appreciate the kind words. Ah! Making a mess. For real. I don't know, what if I'm in like an AI streamer? I bet pretty soon, if not already, they're gonna have AI streamers and you think you're talking to a person this whole time and you find out it's just like Google Gemini or something. He's so dumb. I promise I won't ever do that. I use AI to like do programming and stuff, but I would never like make a stream of a fake person or something. Seems like a really annoying. Platform should push this kind of streams. I don't know, it's a really small platform. There's really not that many people streaming, so I think people find me on Soulbound pretty easily because there's not that many other people to watch. But on the big platforms like YouTube and Twitch, like no one ever, well, I shouldn't say ever, but people don't usually find my content. That's one of the advantages of smaller platforms is there's not as many people to watch, so it's more likely that people will find. Promotes creativity, yeah. I like to, like when I first started live streaming, I did piano streams, music streams, and I mostly watched music streamers, other music streamers, just because I felt like I could build a community with people that were doing something similar to me. So for quite a while, quite a few years, I was part of that music community, and that was fun. But these days, I don't do any of that, so I'm not as well connected. I watch one music streamer pretty often on Kick. She's really fun because she does. She sings, but she also does ventriloquism, like super talented and fun to watch. I've always liked stuffed animals and stuff, and puppets, so when I saw that she was doing that, I thought that was cool. Okay, so now that I'm finally finished with this, come on now, that's just flattery. I'm not that cool. I appreciate it though. Can't believe this kind of talent lives. That's funny. Okay, so now is what I should have waited until this point to do that piece of fabric, and I don't know where I put it. Here it is. That's why I rubbed the glue off of it as quickly as I could, because this is the, I should have waited until now because it needs to go on top of all those folded things. It goes right here, so that's what I will do now. Hopefully I didn't use this one already. I'm not going to take the chance. I'll grab a different one. I could use the mix of PVA and methylcellulose on this part because it's kind of a larger surface area, but I think I'd rather use just straight PVA. That's hilarious. I'm so lucky to be born in this generation. That's funny. It is cool though. Like it's fun to like meet people from all over the world that do all sorts of different things. So I agree. It's cool. Like I live in a really small town and I don't have very many friends. I've been here for over 2 years. I'm just starting to meet people. So for like 2 years I was like completely alone. It was kind of boring and depressing and lonely. And so during that time I was the only friends that I had were people on like you guys on live streaming platforms. So it's pretty cool to be able to meet people like that when you have a hard time meeting friends in real life. Kind of a blessing. So glad I found this stream. Well, thanks. Yeah, I'm glad you guys are here. I would just be sitting here talking to myself if you guys weren't here, so. Or not talking at all, I don't know. I usually end up talking when I'm streaming just because I feel like you're supposed to do that even if there's nobody here, but I usually talk about weird stuff, I don't know. I usually kind of describe what I'm working on, but it's kind of boring. Okay, that's probably good enough. Every stroke looks intentional. I am intending to do it as best as I can. Alright, there we go. And I just make like the space on the side is the same as around the edges so it looks more or less consistent. The problem is I have a little glue on my fingers. I should have washed them. That's why I have this little dish of water so I can get the glue off my fingers. I should have done that. Got a tiny bit of glue right here. They'll try to wipe off with some water so it doesn't show up. I have a bunch of, it's kind of gross, looks like boogers or something, but I have these little skins of glue that build up on my fingers when I'm working with this stuff. That's why I should be rinsing my hands a little bit more often. Making this look easy. This is, I think I've made about 120 books so far, over 10 years. I don't do it constantly, otherwise I should have made 1,000 by now or something, but so I made about 120 books, so it gets easier every time you do it. There are things that are still stressful though, like things that are more difficult. like, because the most stressful thing is that the glue dries extremely fast, and so if you don't move very quickly, it's gonna dry before it gets a chance to stick where you want it to, and that's always stressful. It's my least favorite thing. I appreciate it, guys. Thanks for the kind words. Unmatched. That's funny. Okay, here we go. I just blend in with everybody else. Most of the bigger platforms that I'm on, like YouTube and Twitch, there's like a bunch of artists and crafters and stuff. Got to put a bunch of emotes in chat, and then you'll get even more visuals. Just like things bouncing around. I don't really have a bunch of like widgets and stuff, so that's the only cool thing that I have is the emojis bouncing. You guys are making me laugh with all your hyperbolic comments. This guy's the best guy on Earth. Not just Earth, it's like entire galaxy. It's hilarious. Okay. TRI and Savannah giving full pro energy. I know you heard that I struggle with depression, and you're trying to cure me. It's very kind of you. Illustrator energy. And this glue is kind of resisting me a little bit here, so I'm trying to get it stuck here. Oh, watch this. I'll be right back. Oh, I know. I can give you a visual. Here's a visual. Here is yet another visual. All right, back to the thing. Little Flo doesn't need glasses anymore. No, I always wear my contacts. So he got rid of his glasses too. But it's mainly because I was kind of worried that I would lose them, so. I can't, do you remember what this guy's name is? I forgot. It's been years since we talked about that. So I don't remember. Maybe you just called him Monkey in Finnish, I don't know. Alpina? That sounds kind of familiar. Could be. We could just start over and call him that. Him or her, I don't know. Looks like a him to me, but could be a her. You should know. Okay, so here's the cover. So now the very last step is to paste or glue the book block. This is called a book block. It's just all the pages of the journal. All that's left to do now, hopefully I'm not forgetting something really important. I'm pretty sure I just have to glue this together and then the book will be basically done. So almost done. Maybe him. I think it looks like a him. I've always thought of him as a him, but if you said otherwise, I would go with whatever you said. But he's cool. I also got this guy. This guy represents my grandpa because he looks a lot like my grandpa. I got him at a crafter fair thing. And I thought it was perfect because he looks just like my grandpa who passed away some years ago. Pink page looks really delicious. Oh yeah, I forgot that you like to say delicious. It's funny. Okay, so let's get this finished. Get it? Let's get this finished. Okay. Bad joke. All right. Go. Oh, I almost forgot. Can't get distracted. Gotta do this right. Finish well. I need to get a piece of wax paper. Man, my brain is not working. So it doesn't get glue all over everything. Forgot to say I liked your Naruto scene drawings. Thanks. Yeah, I'm gonna keep doing that. I started watching the show again, like back when you and I were talking about it. I don't know how many years ago that was. And I was trying to watch it. I got stuck in all the cover episodes. Or not cover, not. Is that right? Is that the right word? Cover episodes? No. What do you call it when they make filler episode? Yeah, all the filler episodes, and I got bored with it. So I never actually finished it. So I decided to start watching it again, so I'm only on episode 3 after like over a month. But what I'm doing is I'm taking screenshots like throughout each episode that I watch, and so far all the drawings I've done have been from episode 1 and 2. But I think I'm finally gonna switch to episode 3, but I'm watching it really slow because I don't want to watch like beyond where I'm drawing, so it takes me forever to finish. I don't feel confident to draw characters right now, so I don't want to try to draw like Naruto or any of the characters because I'm afraid it'll look like garbage. So I've only been taking screenshots of like scenery, and that's why every drawing so far has just been like buildings and stuff like that, because I feel like that's easier than drawing like recognizable characters. I might eventually get confident enough to draw the characters, but right now I feel like I can't do it. Maybe I could do it, but I'm kind of afraid to try. So for anybody that's like thinking I'm all this like expert or something, I'm not at all. I have the same problems that that you guys are talking about, that I feel like I can't do it or whatever. So it's not easy at all. It's easier to draw nature and plants, yeah. I like drawing the buildings because they have like straight lines and like rectangles and trapezoids, and you know, it's easier to copy shapes like that than like somebody's face. I can draw faces, but I can't necessarily copy faces to look similar to the original. But maybe eventually I'll get confident enough to try it, but I don't want to make something that looks terrible. Like I want to feel good about the drawings and not have it be stressful, and it's if I was drawing something that was incredibly hard, then I wouldn't enjoy it as much, so I'd kind of pick things that are easier for me for that reason. There's a bunch of glue stuck on here, so I'm trying to get it off. It's not sticking super well on the edges, but I think if I just hold it down, it should eventually stick. This is one of the stressful parts. It kind of just hurts my fingers and thumb because I have to push really hard, and if it's not sticking very well, then I'm just like annoyed a little bit. That's not even true. I don't really get annoyed. It's just it's one of the more difficult things to get glue to stick when it's not wanting to. I heard about an exercise where you try to draw a face without looking at what you draw on paper. The only thing that I know that's kind of like that is blind contour, where you're looking at what you're drawing, but you're not looking at the drawing itself. And we had to do that when I took an art class in high school. We did contour drawings and blind contour drawings, but I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but that's the closest thing I know of. I didn't really like it, to be honest. I'll probably, I don't know, I might end the stream after I'm finished with this book. Unless somebody wants to like hang out for a long time, I could do something else, but I don't normally just keep streaming for like a million years. It's supposed to make you learn to look carefully what you draw, so you draw what you see and not what you think the face looks like. Interesting. Maybe it sounds like maybe you're talking about something that's a little different than blind contour. I don't really know. There's a bunch of tricks you can use, like when I did that art class, we did things like the grid method, where you draw like a bunch of squares on top of what you're drawing, and then you draw the same squares on the paper, and then you try to break the drawing into little pieces, and you just copy each little square. But that's not really a realistic way to do it, like on a day-to-day basis, because you're not going to take the time to draw all those squares and stuff. So I don't personally think maybe that's a good way to practice how to break things down visually, but you can't really do that out in the real life type scenarios. So, but I think some of that kind of concepts you can use, where you just look at a big shape and you break it down into smaller pieces that are easier to figure out. Like when I'm drawing the buildings and stuff, I try to do comparisons of the proportions. So if something is like one part of the building is 4 times as wide as another part, I'll try to, mentally take note of those proportions. But that's about as... That's the only trick that I've tried, kind of figured out. And it doesn't always work because I don't always estimate the sizes correctly. But it kind of helps to try to do that. I don't actually like drawing exercises. I just want to draw. Maybe I learn while I'm doing that. That's exactly the same as me. I don't even care if I get better, to be honest. I think you probably care more about that than I do. I just want to draw more often. So I would actually rather draw a bunch of kind of sloppy, quick drawings than one really awesome drawing, because I want my journal to be filled with a bunch of drawings, and if it takes me like 2 weeks to do one drawing, then I'll probably get bored with it. So, like, I actually wish I could draw faster than I do now. Like, I've been doing the same lately, not serious drawings. Cool. Yeah, I mean, I kind of want to just do more sketches, like really fast, like gesture drawings. And when I first started this hobby again of drawing, I did more of that. Once I get this on there, I can maybe show some of those. But I don't know, I started, I think my perfectionism person, whatever, kind of took over a little bit, so I was spending more time than I want to on each one. I guess because I want them to not look like trash, but I don't know, I want to find a balance where I can draw really fast but not completely terrible. And maybe if I do it enough, like maybe after like 500 or 1,000 drawings, I'll get better at doing it quickly. Because like when you look at a really talented cartoonist or artist, they draw like each frame of animation like very fast. It's like amazing. And I'd like to be able to do that, but right now I'm so slow that if I want it to look good at all, I have to like think about it a lot more than I want to, so it just takes forever. Okay, so this is basically the finished book, and now I need to put it under a bunch of pressure while it's drying, but it's basically finished. So let me wrap it up and get it in my book press. Not sure where my good pieces of wax paper are. Looks really nice when you open it, and there's the red page. Yeah, I like the little details. Thanks. Hey, K-Megs. Thank you. Okay, so I need 2 pieces of wax paper to go inside the pages so they don't get glued shut when I'm drying it overnight. And the other thing I've been doing on this these books, because the cover is so thick, there's a recessed area where I folded these I folded this really thick fabric over the edge like this, and there's this area that's thicker, and the marble paper is kind of recessed in the center. So in order to apply pressure in that area, I've been putting a piece of felt inside here to kind of be like a squishy pillow thing, so that it applies maybe more even pressure in the center. At least that's the idea. I don't know if it actually works, but I've been doing it that way for a long time, and it seems to help, I guess. At least it makes me feel better that it might be helping. But I have to put the wax paper in there so that the glue, because the glue sort of, some of the moisture from the glue soaks through the end sheet there, and if I didn't put the wax paper there, it would actually permanently glue the 2 pages together. and it would ruin the book, essentially. So it's incredibly important to put these pieces of wax paper in there. And then this, since this is sticking out massively farther than this is, and I need to put it in a flat press, I put a bunch of more felt right there. So as many pieces as it takes to make this part as thick as that flap, I just stack these. I'm looking for the rest of my felt. I don't know where I put it. Oh, there it is. Okay, so that's about equal, and then I just wrap this, all this around the back. I'm gonna put one more bigger piece around the whole thing. Like that. And then I have all these homemade book presses. What do I have? Where is it? Where did I put them? Oh, there it is. I have about 30 of these. Oh, one thing I need to check is I can't leave, or I shouldn't leave the Post-it note inside there, because the amount of force that I apply to these books to dry them or whatever, it can actually leave an indentation where that Post-it note is. So it looks like I took it out, but I don't know where I put it. So I'm kind of thinking I might have left it. I don't see it though. It's not there, so that's all that matters. I just want to make sure I didn't leave it inside there, because it can literally make a little indentation, like a square shape, where that Post-it note is. I don't know where it is, but it's not in there, so it doesn't matter. And then here's my homemade book press. I have a ton of these. Ah! What's the number of the book you're working on? I'm not sure. I think it's like 118 or something like that. The only way I know is by looking at the... Actually, I don't really know, honestly. I think if I had to guess, I would say it's like 118 or 119. Something like that. What are the numbers on the one you have? Okay, let's see. Sorry to make you all jealous. If anybody's jealous, Nasu is somebody that I've known for many years, so they actually have one of my books. They're kind of one of the only people that has one of these things. Okay. Let's see. Mine is number 72, made in 2016. Cool. It was actually before I started live streaming, like 2 years, or no, 3 years before I started live streaming. Started live streaming in 2019. It's crazy. Like, 9 years ago. That's crazy. Makes me feel old. I was in a different decade of my life back then. Okay, here's the Post-it note. I like to put them on here so I don't lose them while they're drying. That way I know what book it is. Well, if you want to play a game, we don't have, I mean, you don't have to, Nasu, but if you want to play a game sometime, like on the PS3 or something, while you're on vacation, just let me know. No pressure, but it'd be fun, so it's up to you. Leo! Hey, Leo, are you over on DLive? Is anybody on DLive? Tell me if you're on DLive. Good to see you, Leo. Look at that. Nasu, look at that sticker. Does that mean anything to you? I've known Leo pretty much since I started live streaming. Let's play someday. Okay, just let me know. Just send me an email or something. On Twitch. That's funny. Leo says something on Kick, and he says he's on Twitch while he's on DLive. Okay. Anybody else have an account on DLive? Go over there real quick. I'm gonna open the chest before I end the stream. I probably will end the stream because I need to go eat something. I would like to hang out because it's pretty rare that I have a bunch of friends in my chat, so that makes it a lot of fun to just want to hang out, but I should probably head out. It's a good time to end since I'm finished with this book. So I just have to leave this to dry for like 6 or 8 hours. And I'll open it tomorrow to see what it looks like. Okay, I'm gonna open the chest. So anybody who's on DLive, go get a few lemons on DLive. Where's my keyboard? Probably just Leo. Leo will get all the lemons he usually does, which I'm not ever unhappy if Leo gets the lemons because he's kind of always giving me lemons, so I like to multiply his lemons if I can. Alrighty. Thank you everybody that joined me on the stream. I appreciate it. You guys all made my day. Maybe I needed that. Maybe it was a God thing. He knows what he's doing. His timing is perfect, and he's merciful to his children. Sometimes I complain about how hard life is, but then he just surprises me with blessings that I don't deserve. So. No winners? What? Leo, did you forget to claim it? Silly. Silly? What? Did you forget to push the button? Oh well. Well, I'll try it again next time, I guess. One of the next streams, I'll try to remember to do it. I claim, but do you be like that? Oh, that's stupid. I'll try one more time. If it doesn't work, then you have to wait, I guess. Okay. Well, I'll try again some other time. Yep, it was good to see you, Nasu. Yep, as always, maybe I'll chat with you some other time. But don't feel like pressured. I know it can be stressful to be too social when you don't feel like it. So if you just want to enjoy your vacation and be, isolated, and I won't be offended at all. But just to let you know that I care about you a lot. You're very special to me, so I do enjoy spending time with you. So anyway, I will see you all later. Thanks for joining me. I'll probably be back on, the next day or two. We do a drawing stream or something. I'll catch y'all later.